Hey, what's good, everybody? How's it going, Mikail?
It's going well. I can't complain.
Good, good, good. Thank you for doing this, by the way. I apologize sincerely for taking so long to finally get it done. I couldn't. I don't know why
I
I
could
was.
not believe when you said 2 years in that email. It blew my mind.
You know what? As I was saying, I was somehow stuck in that thing where I never forgot how, you were supposed to be with us to do the retrospective on Perkins or whatever, with Chris and Jason. And I was like, I was so sad that you couldn't make it. And in my head, I guess that because it was like a four-person show, I just kept thinking, all right, the next sort of, perfect four-person type show that I think Mikail would be good for. I'll invite them again. And right. And then I don't do many like round tables. And then in the end, I was like, wait a second, why does it even have to be? It doesn't have to be a four-person show. Most people come on the show for the first time, on the channel for the first time, doing show and tell, and then they come back for other things. So that's when I was like, oh God, I should have, so stupid. But you're here, that's all that matters, and that's I'm happy. So thank you. Appreciate it, man.
No, my pleasure. And I think it's interesting because 2 years ago, I think, is when you started to really ramp up the channel and focus on it. So
Yeah.
your modus operandi has changed as well, and how you've been approaching it. So it kind of
Yeah.
makes sense to me that um, the artist roundtable didn't really pop up again too often.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the round table because I'd rather chat with more than one person live. Round table is actually my favorite show. It's just it's two things. It is tough to get like the right all the collectors. First of all, it's tough because collectors want to be on round table, but they kind of tend to want to be on only if their friend is on, and it's like, yeah, that's when I can, yeah, that's fine. But that also handicaps me and makes it more difficult for me to put on more roundtables. And it stops it from making it a little more interesting. I find like it would be pretty cool if, people who maybe are not the closest of friends, who may not know each other that much, still come on and give their perspective on whatever the topic is going to be. Like I say, I don't want to force people on, and if they're not really into it without their buddies being on, So ultimately, that's one of the main reasons why I don't end up doing them too often. But whatever the case is, at some point I will invite you on to one of those. But again, the other tough thing and reason why I don't do them often is, we like everything I do. It's even show and tell, as you know. It's a talk show. It's a de facto talk show, anyways. We talk a lot in between with everybody, in between seeing the art, before the art, after the art. So we cover a lot of topics every single week, and that's what also makes it difficult to come up with a great topic of interest for a roundtable that will last a few hours, because it's kind of like, oh, but we kind of covered that before on this episode or that episode, and maybe only sometimes in a 20-minute segment, or maybe not for the whole show, but we've covered pretty much every topic there is to cover without sort of going over the same thing over and over. And that's what I also find. I feel like it handicaps me and keeps me from doing more roundtables, because I'm always like, are people going to want to do this topic because we've covered it, yeah.
It's nice when you have to balance any roundtable, so you can't have me on with two other guys who know each other well, and then the dynamic gets skewed.
Well, you
And
could. You
you
could.
could, but I would find it awkward. I don't want to keep interrupting.
Yeah,
These
yeah,
guys who have a
yeah,
preset background. But
yeah.
also, when it really does work well is when you or one of your guests brings a game or a topic to the show, like comparing a page by an artist from a series at Heritage now versus 3 years ago, or the flip show that you guys did, where pieces didn't realize what they had initially sold for. That was interesting. So
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We did two of those. And actually, I've sort of been going through all my scans on my website, on my computer, and again I was like, oh, here's more. I'm like, ooh, I've got enough or almost enough for another 2 episodes of that. And it may sound like overkill, but the views have been really strong. The feedback, both publicly and privately, has been really good. I was like, people seem to like to see that. Not that I want to be Mr. Negative Nelly, but I don't know. I think it's I think I'd like to look at those shows more as, what I want people to take away more than anything is think of it more as a lesson in strategies on perhaps what not to do when you're looking to sell. Like if you bought it here, perhaps don't sell it there if you haven't held it long enough. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So,
and it's interesting when you always make it a point to welcome new viewers and new subscribers, and they do pop up regularly, and it's interesting to see new people in the audience, and perhaps people who haven't been in the hobby as long.
Right.
It's a great resource for people like that. I think a lot of people in the chat, like you're saying, we've covered topics over and over again in different ways with different nuances. But for someone who's coming into the hobby new, it's very refreshing to have everything in one place.
Exactly, and I've been contacted privately by 2 or 3 people, just sort of let me know after those types of shows, oh, that was really helpful. I'm new to the hobby, and that really, really helped. And so it's gratifying, and that's what it is. Like I obviously don't have designs on, I put on this type of a show and I'm going to get 20 new people suddenly in the audience, but to see one maybe drop in, or even if they don't drop in live, but they contact me after or drop a comment afterwards under the video, I'm happy. Even if it's just one, I'm like, oh, good. So,
the frequency is low enough where it's a remarkable event in a good way.
Yes.
Because you always point it out, and then everyone in the chat is like, fresh fish.
Yeah. Exactly. But I appreciate you noticing that. Thank you. All right, shall we jump in? And before I say hello to all you guys, let me just quickly get the quick promo out of the way. Carl, I don't know if you're here, but I'm gonna promo your video that you put out today, or was it yesterday? I just drove back from Toronto this afternoon, so I'm confused. I think you put it out today, but maybe it was yesterday. I don't know, but I'm gonna put the link in the chat for everyone who may not have seen it, as I always do. And for those of you who may have seen that Carl several days back, or a few days back, he put out a 27-minute video just giving his feelings and thoughts on the latest issue of Transformers, number 15, I believe. And who for those of you who may have thought, I'm considering reading Transformers, I do read it, but I'm interested in hearing what other people think about it. But you may not want to sit for 27 minutes just to hear about one issue. He did this video, and let me pop this in. So he did his reviews today, his Bagged and Boarded episode, where he does it's a 17-minute episode, I believe it was, but multiple comics were spoken about, including, again, this latest Transformers issue. So for those of you who didn't want to watch that long 27-minute one, you can hear his thoughts on the Transformers issue in just a few minutes. So there you go. That's the direct link for you guys. And there you go. If you're, let me see, are you there? There you are. I see you, Carl. You are there. All right. Oops, sorry. Here, let me get rid of let me shut down my email, because I hate those sounds every time we're speaking. Okay. All right. And let me go back to the links and let me do my usual Nikki B. I found Nick, I know you're not here right now, I'm sure, but I found your link for this coming Friday's episode. So here you go. And there it is for everybody. Here you go. Nikki B's show this Friday. Of course, every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. Just in case there are those of you watching who do not know who Nikki B is, This is the handsome gent right there. Look at that. He even signed that. He's got a target on his face, but here, let me come there. But this is...
That's from one of the mug shots when he was driving cross country and his 12-year-old brother was behind the wheel.
This is admittedly, everybody, what he looks like today. But, he likes pasta. He likes to eat steak, He's a little slightly heavier than he used to be, but very, very, very lovely gentleman. And he would love to see you on his shows on Fridays. So please do take the time to try to check that out if you have not been there before. It's a lot of fun. It is a sales show, a claim show, if you will, / talk show. So you can claim oftentimes a lot of affordable art. Jay Lee was the guest this past Friday. So sometimes artists are there too. So yeah, check that out if you will. All right, now let me jump in. Now that I know, Mikail, you have already jumped in, and I'm going to do this quick, guys. Please don't be angry with me that I can't pop all your hellos and comments and whatnot. I'm going to try to go through them quick because there's already several dozen, and I want to jump into this with Mikail ASAP. I forgot, Mikail, you were the first one here this morning. Who were you calling a poser, by the way? Was it us?
Yeah, it was those two guys just hanging out in the frame.
That's what I thought. CJ, what's up? What's up? Hope all well. Still fighting the bug. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. We'll catch on a rewind. Okay, hey, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Feel better soon. We want Craven art. From what I'm hearing, nobody wants Craven anything. This week, especially. Ooh. Will ML be wearing the mask? I'm sure. Did you probably reply to that? I'm going to say your answer is no.
I said it's very expensive to get me into a mask.
Yeah, there you go. Very expensive rates. Yeah. Like the color Ruben is wearing, very sexy. Well, it's not. See, I don't even know. Maybe you can tell me. I liked it. I saw it on the rack and I liked it, so I bought it. I thought it was a shirt, but it's thick. So I just thought, oh, it's thick because, it's for winter. But it's just, I looked at it as a shirt, but like a thick one for winter. I don't know. Is it a coat? Can it be looked at as a coat?
I think with the rings, you could be doing backup for Vanilla Ice.
Oh, that's an insult. But I like
no, it's not.
I love Vanilla Ice.
How is it? Everybody loves Vanilla Ice, especially in prison.
Good evening, Rickster. Good to see you, man. Galactus Hungers. What's up, Tom? We want Galactus. You'll get Galactus. Not a ton, because our esteemed friend here has, as you know, a ton of just. I could have done a show and tell with Mikail just of Galactus, as you guys know. Gotta spread it far and wide though, so we try to give as much of an overview of the overall collection as possible. I think that's more important. But you will see Galactus at least once. I'll let you that. Let you know that. Ruben can. It's too expensive for my blood, Marcus. You know that. Come on, man. That's why you gotta send me gifts all the time every Christmas. I got no money. Jason. Oh, Rickster. Looking forward to seeing Ruben's picks. Ooh, such a treasure trove to choose from. Well, you know that. You know that, Rick. Good evening to you, my friend Jason. Good evening, fellow compulsed ones. Hello, Peter. And John C. Jello. Sobbing as the clock takes 0. Let's not even talk about that. Hey, it's only the second loss of the year. Whatever, it's all right. Happy Sunday. Oh, my lovely wife. Good to see you, Vivian. And don't get to bed too late. Mickey, what's up? Looking forward to see what Art ML has to show tonight. Yes, sir. Well, don't forget, Mickey. He doesn't even know what he's going to show tonight. There you go. My lovely wife welcomes you. And Brian. Hey, Brian. I wonder if you're still here or if you are working tonight. But good evening. Lovely to see you. Thank you, Vivian. Oh, there you go. You're way ahead of me, of course. Don't rub it in. Okay, please hit the. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Yes, if you guys don't mind, right here somewhere, we got that thumbs up icon. Please hit that. Please don't hit subscribe if you're new. Don't hit subscribe unless you like what you see tonight and you think you'll be back. Okay, please. And thank you. Peter Rowe. Okay, saying hello to each other. Ruben Pick. There we go. He knows how it works. He knows how it works. Kavi, what's up, brother? My guest, not next week, 2 weeks from now, the last episode of the year.
Yeah, you're in the brown zone for some reason.
You're in the
Kasra, Mikail, Kavi.
You know what? It's so funny. So, was it last week, Kavi? He can tell you. He goes, hey, he's something to the effect of, yeah, this month, your schedule looks like it's like the Brown Brothers month or something. And I was like, what? And I look, I pull out my schedule. I'm like, oh shit, it is. Oh my God. I swear to God, it was not on purpose. It just happened. That's crazy. It was really weird. But that's okay. It's okay. I love my Brown Brothers. I have no problems with any color. I love them all. So happy to have all of you guys on. Hopefully you don't think like, ill of me and you think that, I did that on purpose, because I think the Brown Brothers like to be together, But
We do like to be together.
Okay. Well, then it works out even better then. It was a coincidence, though, I promise. Peter, hey, pumpkin eater, drones everywhere, drones. Yeah, I saw a headline about that, but I'm not even going to ask about it. I don't know what's going on. Apparently, Jersey's being attacked by drones or something. Damn you, Jeff, damn you. But good to see you anyways. Greetings, Mikail, one of the best guys you will find and superior taste in art. Lance, what's up? Likewise to you, Lance. Good to see you. How do you do, Peter? How do you do? Okay, it's hard to get everybody because to look quickly, and I always end up clicking on the ones where you guys talk to each other. Ruben's a lumberjack, and he's okay. He sleeps all night and he works all day. Already in Spidey Christmas PJs, a smart planner. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lumberjack, hi. All right, all the highs. I'm going to try to skip all the highs. The show has gotten so much more handsome all of a sudden. Oh, thank you. Oh, you mean Mikail, of course. Yes. Well, like the youth. It's the youth. Those of us who, we've gotten too old.
I'm the one with the gray hair.
Well, I got gray hair. It's just that right now it doesn't see. You see that shiny, weird gray spot here somewhere? It's not showing as much today, but sometimes it shows a lot more. And is it here? No, this side. Mine grows so unevenly. See, it's pretty gray. You can see it's like salt and pepper.
Yeah, you got the Doctor Strange.
Yeah. See, people wonder, why, you're like in your 50s. Why do you cut your hair like that? There are reasons, believe it or not. The method to the madness is like the more I shave it, you don't really notice the gray as much, So I feel like, because I'm not somebody who's gonna dye it. I never was into like dyeing. I'm like, I can't be bothered with that, I'll age gracefully. What the heck, Whoa, there's the insult. Tom always likes to insult me. Ruben wearing a Mr. Roper. By the way, I love Mr. Roper. Favorite comedy, as you know, Tom. Favorite sitcom of all time. And I love Roper, but man, to call this a Roper shirt, it's kind of insulting, but that's okay. I won't take offense. Marcelo, and you see Marcelo, I said it properly. What's up, man? Good to see you. Thank you for coming back. See, like you were saying earlier, Mikail, there's speak of the devil when we're talking about a new people. I just met Marcelo recently on Nikki B's show. And then he showed up here a couple weeks ago for the first time, and now he's starting to return. So it's nice, And what else we got? With the holidays fast approaching, he does this every week now. Please consider sponsorship of a local charity. Women's Shelter helps a woman and her children get out of a bad situation and into a better one. Yes, sir. Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Red Jack. Tom Kazalovsky, hey, what's up in Chicago? You must be freezing. Holy crap. Not only cold, but windy as hell, which makes it feel twice as cold. They want to be on when Jill is on. The Jerry Garcia of comic art. They want to be on when ML is on. You guys, wait, people have friends in this hobby? Apparently. So they say, Jeff. The episode about nothing roundtable, they're the best. You remember those, Kavi? And that's what we should do. The third episode about nothing, and then I'll have Mikail come back for that. New concept to me. What's up, Mike? Good to see you, of course. Who misses round table pizza? Not me.
Did you just say brown table pizza?
I think he said round table pizza. No one ever covers blue lines as the topic. Yeah, we've never talked about that. Nobody ever does, I heard the quiz. You heard there are quizzes on my shows now. Well, sometimes, but only when a certain friend of ours named Tom, not that Tom, but the other Tom in Chicago, he offers to do it and makes all the slides himself. And
that's so impressive to me, both the asking and the answering part of that,
Yeah.
because my relationship with comics is definitely not by issue or number. It means nothing to me. And so when there's people who can talk, extensively about specific issues by number, it always blows my mind a little bit.
Yeah. Speaking of Harrison Ford, Marcus, ... Lee Parmenter, what is up, sir? My good friend, Mikail, Ruben, and Chatters. Lovely to see you, as always, Lee. And Mr. Red Jack saying hello to everybody else. Hello to the chat. Oh, hey, what's up, Hart? Hello to you. I'm sure you probably said hello at the bottom, or maybe not, because you're kind of rude that way sometimes. Even to Mikail, Ruben, and everyone in the chat. Good to see you, Carl. Hey, what's up, Sonny? Sonny, the main man. What's up? If you start using "that's sick" in your vocabulary, you will get more subscribers. Well, like I said, I don't necessarily want quantity of subscribers. I prefer that they subscribe only if they themselves, of their own volition, think it's worth subscribing. Yeah. Otherwise, it gets too many. One day it'll get to be too many to sort of be able to talk to all of you. So I want to be able to still chat with everybody. Kenneth, good to see you, my friend. Good evening. Carl, always hey, you're very welcome. You know that. Maki Poo Poo, what is up? What is up, Michael? Good to see you. Hi. Okay, amongst yourselves. And Mel, you're looking like you're expecting a long show since you're already in your pajamas. Well, he knows what to expect. I think we can say that,
Yeah, and when I'm at home, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. You got to do what you got to, listen, I always tell everybody, these shows we do, right? Like on for the hobby, it's all about fun. Nobody's getting paid. It's for fun. And if you can't be comfortable while you're having fun, then it's more like you're expected to do work. And if it's work, it ain't fun. Be as comfortable as you want. I'm glad that you're in PJs. I love that. That's what I want everybody.
Yeah, I don't think anybody who comes on the show, you should be, if anything, just moderately excited to speak with the community and hang out.
For sure.
There's no prep you have to do. There's not, you just have to show up. It's great.
Absolutely.
So anyone out there who is feeling shy, don't feel shy.
Yeah, exactly. And let that be a lesson to those of you who still refuse to come on camera and because of shyness. You've seen some shy. Hey, I can give you guys a list of the people that have agreed to be on the channel who told me in advance that oh man, I'm more of an introvert. I'm kind of shy, this and that, and they still decided to do it. And when everything was said and done, to a man, I promise you, to a man, every one of those guys really enjoyed themselves. They told me they thoroughly enjoyed it. And Jason Ladwig, as you guys know, he was a quiet, more introverted guy. And he, when he first came on, I think he was in the hobby for what, Jason, 2.5 years or something. And as you guys saw, he ended up, man, every time I asked him to come on and be my sort of co-host, just to hang out with me, he said yes. And he ended up doing it, 8 times or something. So let that be a lesson. Rick Welch, who says he's still working on it, trying to work up the courage. Nick says, hit that thumbs up, and yes, sir. Thank you, Hart. I appreciate it. And Mel has to be wearing pink socks. Is that true? I don't think so. I'm going to go with he's not. Nicky the Roach.
No socks.
The Booch. Nice slippers. Baruch. Is Nick known as a talker? Not so much. We got to kind of push him to talk, as you know. Jay Allen, a.k.a. Wise Guy. Canadian Safari outfit. Man, I'm really getting, maybe I shouldn't have bought this damn thing. Oh, well. Furley in Canadian Safari? Man, that sounds pretty awful. I just saw Craven movie. It did not suck? Wow, really? You're the first one I've heard say it did not suck. Wow. Okay, Hart. Are you saying it was good, though? Because just because it didn't suck doesn't mean it was great either, right? So Yeah, Kavi was all over Instagram telling us all how much he hated it. Oh, you watched it as an action movie? It was good. As a Marvel movie, it sucked. What a weird way to look at it. Okay. Yo, what's up, JC? Good to see you. Art, you're a weirdo. I'm here for the investing advice. Well, not tonight, my friend. Not tonight, Dan. But we, as I mentioned, we'll be doing those types of shows again sometime, hopefully in the new year. And there he is, Tom in Chicago. Hello from the already eliminated from the playoff Chicago Bears. What can I tell you, Tom? I disliked it as a movie in general. There you go. And so did everybody else, apparently. A few weeks ago, Ruben, but yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Bring the brown. Yeah. From feeding the algorithm diversity. Trying, you know. Whoa. Okay, what's up, Sean? Late, but looks like I haven't started yet. Nope. You know us. We gotta say, I gotta say hi to everybody, you know. I that's how much I respect all of you and your time and the fact that you come here every week to hang out for as long as you do too. So I feel like that's what brings you back. The fact that you know I not only pay attention to you, but that I also interact with you. So pregame show, Sean. Good evening. I'm joking. You're always joking, Tom. We all know you're joking, and I know too. That's an upstairs Larry. Oh my God, upstairs Larry. He's leisure suit. Holy crap, man. This is the quick version of the pregame show, supposedly.
He just wanted to see if you knew what the name of it was.
Man, I'm like feeling awful. What's up, Caesar? Good to see you. Hey, everybody, don't forget, next week, the great unboxing. The last show before Christmas. So on the 22nd, 3 days before Christmas Day, and Caesar's going to be with us to unbox, like last year, to do a live unboxing. Those of you who were here or saw it on Rewind may remember Caesar unboxed 17 packages. Well, this year, he's got a whopping 23 to unbox. So it's going to be a great time. So be sure to catch us next week for sure. That's going to be awesome. And we can all live vicariously through him. I heard Brown Table. I'm guessing we are seeing my favorite Alex Ross cover tonight. You can keep guessing whatever you want to guess, and we'll see what we're going to see. Harrison Ford was at the game rooting for Buffalo. Oh, Peter. I just posted a cover on CAF and was wondering why Marcus hadn't left the comment yet. Yeah. I'm surprised, too. I'm surprised. But I bet you he was still the first one, though, to finally leave one. Looking forward to seeing my picks of ML's incredible collection. Well, I hope you guys let Mikail know, obviously, what you think about all the pieces. And he is not putting on the Galactus garb, I don't think. Movers crushed the Galactus helmet, unfortunately. Is that true? Did the Movers crush your helmet, Mikail?
Yes, they did.
They did? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Still in therapy after doing the shows. You're gonna scare guys like Rick away. He's gonna definitely never do it. No, jumping in. Hey, there he is. There's the man of last week's record-breaking episode. 6 hours, 9 minutes. Awesome, Nick. Hello to you, my friend. Thank you again for last week. It was a really great time, and the feedback has been sensational, by the way, by everybody, from everybody. So thank you, and appreciate it, man. Nice ISIS over cover, Sean. Okay, Nick, and needed to come in and support him now. Oh, you might be hanging out a bit then. Marcus must be slipping. I heard there's a van in the Craven movie. You guys are nuts as usual. I heard Nick is the Dos Equis. Okay. Hey to everybody. Hello, Mikail. Hey, Comic Art Boston. What's up? And hi, Tom. Hey, Cab. Hey, hello, Cab. I'm going to post all of those. Rubencito. Hey, what's up, Carlos? Hello, Tom. Oh, you're not going to stick around, but I will be in and out. Okay, we'll definitely catch the entire show on rewind. Okay, thank you, Kat. Appreciate it. Hello, Mark. Good to see you, Mark. Hey, what's up? How's it going in Singapore? What kind of weather do you have in Singapore right now? I have a feeling it's probably getting a little bit slightly cold there too. Hello.
Singapore doesn't really do cold.
Well, don't they though? I think it's one of those. Isn't it one of those countries where? I'm not saying, look, there's snow everywhere or anything, but I think it does get like at a certain point to the point that you can't just be out in a t-shirt. Like it's too cold for a t-shirt. Doesn't it get like that?
I don't know. I think it's pretty temperate or tropical most of the year.
Okay. Well, Mark, you let us know. ML can do unboxing tonight too. Blind canvas to work with back there. December 29th, official unboxing day in Canada. What do you mean? 29th? I don't know what you mean by that. 29th. Let me see. Let me look at my calendar. 29th is... No, that's Comedy Show. I don't know what you mean by official unboxing day. Are you trying to think of that thing we talked about when I said the day after Christmas here in Canada is called Boxing Day? Is that what you're trying to do there? Mikhail's collection is so wonderful that we could do several shows. That is very true too. Listen, Kat, like I said a few minutes back, Galactus, they brought up Galactus. Galactus alone, I could have done a show. So that's just one character. So good evening, Caesar. Hi, Nick. Will Mikail be known as Comic Art Boston too? He might want to do, he could be like Comic Art Boston, the sequel. Something like that, you know? You are all too kind. You are just being honest, Nicky B. You are well loved, my friend. He is definitely the troublemaker. And I'm almost there, guys. Almost there. Number one Boston comic art fan. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue, though. Not that Comic Art Boston does it. I mean, we've all gotten used to it, but it's not so easy. Thanks for the great stories. Yeah, Miguel, you're too kind. Just good to see you again. Yeah, that's very lovely of you. Thank you, everybody. My pleasure. Hey, Nick. Good time. Just family stuff. Hey, JT. There's a newer guy. Good to see you, JT. Thank you for being here. And Nikki saying hello to Marcelo. Boxing Day. Well, that's what exactly. There you go. Exactly. The 26th, right? Day after Christmas. Oh, Caesar's show. Okay, you just made a mistake. No, Caesar's show is next week. So that's the 22nd. Yeah, the 22nd. Next Sunday. And it's equatorial all year round. So, but cooler and rainy in December. Okay. Just had the Comic-Con last weekend. Okay. Well, I hope you had fun there. John Brown, hey, what's up, man? Good evening to you. Happy holidays to you as well. Although we're not quite at the holidays. Even Hanukkah hasn't happened yet. It's beginning on the first day of Christmas. So they've coincided this year. Had my Sunday swap. There you go. There you go, my friend. And last but not least, Caesar's show is unboxing day. Yes, that's right. Unboxing day. Very well said. All right, everybody, let's get right into this. Of course, you know the drill, Mikail. For those of you, the newer ones among you who maybe have not, this might be your first time here. We always, before we get to the show and tell, I always like to have the collector, who is the guest, give us a little bit of a background on how perhaps if they want to, how they got into comic books, but without spending too much time on that, and then how it led to discovering and then collecting original comic book artwork. And then we will get into the show and tell after that. So without further ado, my friend, if you would like to tell us some background on that, that'd be great.
I think it makes sense. I grew up in kind of middle of California, and when I was 9, my parents moved us overseas to Pakistan, where they're from.
And I apologize for being so interrupting so soon already, but I have to, because even I don't know, and I wanted to know, and I guess everybody else who doesn't know will benefit. Where were you born?
I was born in Fresno, California.
You were born in Fresno. Okay. See, that's what I think a lot of people don't know, because you have the British influence on, that the Pakistan, India part of the world influence in your speech. And so, I mean, I'm sure you were aware of that, or am I saying something surprising to you?
I think there's a lot of people like myself who grow up in kind of two worlds, if you will, where their speech changes depending on who they're speaking to.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
So when I'm speaking to someone from Pakistan, my accent, my Pakistani accent, will become stronger without me noticing it. And I think over time, after working in television and different media, I made an attempt to adopt a more neutral accent.
Okay. Okay. But
But
for me, I don't.
it is, Marcus. I'm lucky to have left without a meth addiction.
Is Fresno one of the bad parts?
It's. I mean, did you see Gran Torino, that
I
Clint
did
Eastwood
not.
movie?
I did not.
I mean, there was, as far as I understand it, a lot of meth manufacturing moved into the area, and it really caused a lot. Like Fresno had the 10th highest crime rate in the nation at one point, I believe.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, because I don't. I don't know California that well. I know that Stockton is supposed to be a bad area of California, a tough area. But Fresno, I thought, for whatever reason, I always thought Fresno was one of the better parts of California.
I think now it's fine. There's a lot of medical resources there for some reason. Gilroy is right there, so there's a lot of garlic, if you like garlic.
Oh, is that right? Mike says Fresno, a city of industry, the meth industry. That's
yeah,
nice.
and then Jerry the Shark, if you like college basketball shenanigans.
Okay.
Lots of good stuff.
Well, JT's letting us know that his family is from Pakistan too. Interesting. Nice.
I did not know that. We'll add you to the brown list.
Another one of the Brown brothers. You join the group. It has no in the name. Method to their madness. Okay, sorry. Sorry.
I will. Though I should take a moment then to say that I grew up in your very typical suburban environment.
Okay.
And I remember just having a very nice suburban childhood.
Okay.
Cool. Went to enjoyed going to school. It was in a neighborhood where we just, after school, you'd ride your bike around and you'd have your gang and you could just do whatever. It was, it was great. So
that's what a lot of us did in a lot of places all over North America and other parts of the world. Yeah. That's pretty standard sounding kind of childhood, But at 9 years of age, the entire family moved to Pakistan. Wow. Okay. Yeah. And for how long?
So I was there for basically another 9 years.
Oh,
because
wow.
I left to come when I came back for
school. College, yeah. Okay. Where did you go to college, if you don't mind my asking?
I went to a small liberal arts school in upstate New York called Colgate.
Oh, well, I've heard of Colgate, sure.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was my safety school. I did not put a lot of effort into my applications, and so. But it was great. It's a very isolated school, and it really exposed me to a part of America and an environment that I really wouldn't have found myself in otherwise. And I made some really good friends there.
Oh, cool! That's always important. I'm curious though. When you came back after 9 years, why was it? So it was just you and your family stayed in Pakistan? Is that what happened?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So I see. So you chose New York because of the way that your application process ended up working itself out, right? It's not like I want to go back to the States. I want to go to New York.
I don't think I applied to any West Coast or even middle of the country schools. They were all East Coast schools.
Okay. And yeah, Goo, a few of you, more than a few of you, are from California. For sure. Yinka there? I don't know. Mikail, anything? No, I'm not getting it. Dan?
What are we?
Don't know what he's talking about? The Yinka there. Okay. For me, Marcus, I don't know what you're seeing on screen right now, but what I popped up, to me at least, I don't know, you, Mikail, I'm just seeing three outlines of three squares. Outlines of three squares.
Oh, it's he's brushing his teeth. It's a toothbrush, a tooth, and then a toothbrush.
Are you actually seeing an emoji like that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so weird. Why do I get to see them?
I'm seeing it in both the YouTube chat and in the StreamYard chat.
Yeah? Why? I'm the guy running the show, and I'm the only guy who doesn't get to see what it is? That's so weird. Okay. Dan, Colgate is currently an excellent basketball school. That coach is going to get snapped up by someone. Thank you for letting us know. When did you graduate Colgate? Maki Pupa wants to know.
I was class of 2000.
Class of 2000. There you go, Michael. Haigu, toothpaste emoji. Thank you, my friend. I want a job working in television, says Tom. Colgate emoji. Thank you. Rest in peace, Yinka there. Sorry, I still don't know who that is. I didn't even know what it was. But now at least I know it's a person since you put RIP. Still don't know who it is, though. It sounds like some kind of rapper or something. I don't know. Yinka there. Somebody let us know, I'm sure. But yeah, sorry. Continue, Mikail. Go on. So you came back 9 years later. And how do comics fit?
Oh, no. Right. So when we moved there, I was very much against the move, and was struggling with it on an emotional and
I can imagine at 9
philosophical level. The two countries are so different, and when you grow up in the U.S. and you have a nice casual environment, and the American school system is very different to the British school system.
Right.
So I think Donald Foyle was slightly more famous than Yinka, but I had no connection to Yinka at all.
Hey, Scott.
So yeah, I was really struggling with it, and we moved to my grandmother's house, where it was a large family all living together, and in the attic I found this box full of this old, those stand-up suitcases, briefcases that there's latches on the top and you open them up and they're kind of deep. I found one of those with just full of comics, a random mishmash of comics from the 70s, 80s.
What? So sorry. What year? What?
86.
So what?
I was 9 in 86.
9 in 86. Okay. All right. Okay. So you discovered, when you say a ton of comics, like what? Like a stack kind of thing, or?
No, it was probably 30 odd comics in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a good little amount for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a variety of titles, and some of them were quite recent. And to this day, I'm not sure whose exactly there were. My dad, whose parents' house we were living in, had two brothers and two sisters, and his two brothers were younger than him. So I believe it was some of their comics and some of the comics that my dad had. And yeah, I like Khazra's theory on this, that I left them there for me to discover.
Khazra's here. What's up, Khazra? Mikail came back from the future and left those comics for himself. That's a good theory. I like that too.
But it was something that I immediately resonated with, and as I was there, pre-internet, pre-anything, just trying to make sense of this new situation, I just probably read and reread those comics over and over again.
Yeah.
And so that was the start of it. I think at some point my mother got very fed up of me reading these comics all the time, so she made me donate them to the local club library. And but the upside of that was I discovered that they had more comics in that library. So then I just went and started reading those comics. So that was kind of the introduction to it. And alongside that, in a lot of Indian and Pakistani houses, and I think this might even extend a little bit to just Commonwealth English-speaking households. Right. There were Archie comics, there were Mad magazines, and Asterix, and Tintin.
Yeah, see, those four in a row you just mentioned, like before I even really discovered superhero comics, those were the ones that were more commonly around, Asterix, Tintin, for sure, especially at my local library. I used to go there to read them, borrow them, read them, Sorry, what were the other two you mentioned?
Archie and Mad.
Oh, right, the Archie and the Mad magazines. Yeah, for whatever reason, like kids had them at their house. Not me, but and then here, you want these? Here, take a stack or whatever, And that's how I kind of started with comics, It's with that. Yeah, those four things. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So maybe it is.
I think, especially when you think about America in the 80s, it had this allure to it, like in terms of pop culture and movies and television. Everyone in the world was very curious about America and what is it like, the American dream. It's not like now where there's just so much access and so much media and so much representation.
Right.
So I think Archie, in an interesting way, and Mad, in an interesting way, really provided people with a little bit of insight into American culture and American, especially Archie just gives you a look at what a kind of suburban high school situation is like.
In America.
For better or worse, whether it's made up or not, who knows? But yeah, I think those are some of the reasons why and they were very kid friendly for the most part.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, they would just always be around, and you could always find them.
Okay, interesting. I mean, after you found that initial stack, did you then discover that other people you knew tended to have them lying around the house as well, or
people would have those four?
Okay,
but not so much the DC Marvel.
Not the Marvel DC. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I. So, like I said, maybe it is something to do with the Commonwealth. And by the way, I'm sure you. Well, I don't know if you remember. You were the one who, a couple of months back there, when I was trying to, I was blanking, and I was like, yeah, we're all part of the. It starts with a C, and you typed in Commonwealth. That's it. So now the Commonwealth comes up again with you, so that's awesome. But okay. So sorry, go continue.
And the other point to remember is Pakistan as a Muslim majority country, where Islam is a big part of their identity. There were censors for certain types of content.
Oh,
so you were not going to get anything risque, or even really anything on the demonic side of things.
Right.
So certainly no Vampirella,
right?
No Gen 13.
Sure.
It was mostly confined to Batman, Superman.
Okay.
Get some X-Men, X Factor, that kind of stuff.
But. Okay, but that's actually surprising to me. I would not have thought that the mutant stuff. I would have thought more like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Spider-Man, Hulk, and kind of leave it there, That's
Spider-Man, certainly. I mean, we would get hardly enough Web and Spectacular. We wouldn't get Amazing.
Okay. Oh, really?
It was weird. Yeah.
You get the secondary and the tertiary title, but not the primary one, Yeah.
And acquiring new comics was a bit of a task as well. It wasn't like there were bookshops or comic book shops that were ordering them on a monthly basis. The only place that I eventually found was a newsstand in one of the hotels. And in retrospect, I should have found out who was doing the purchase ordering for this newsstand and who's sending in
or suggested to them
comics, but they would have a pretty decent selection of current comics. So that was kind of the peak of my reading on a week-to-week basis.
Okay. But you would be buying them?
Yes, I would buy them, and then at that point, when I was in 6th or 7th grade or 8th grade, I had some friends who also. I found the people in school who were also reading comics, and then we would trade amongst ourselves because they were quite expensive as well.
Okay.
And then the other thing that I had going for me is that my parents traveled a lot for work.
Oh.
And they were very good, especially my dad, about going to a comic book store if they were in London or if they were in the US, and they would bring me back stuff. And I think normally what they would do is they would ask someone who was working there to suggest some stuff. And usually they would bring back complete books, like an Elseworld or a collection, mostly graphic novels. It wasn't floppies.
Right.
So I had the good fortune of finding some interesting stuff through that. some comic book worker at Forbidden Planet in London made some suggestions that changed my life in Pakistan because of the books that he sent back. They sent
Right.
back with my parents.
Right. And by the way, Mark Fong earlier in Singapore was asking, did you have access at all to? Did you ever see any of the things like the British stuff, like 2000 AD, Commando, any of that stuff?
None of that stuff, but we did get a lot of British war comics.
Oh, you did. Peter.
So
Peter, did you hear that, Peter? Wow,
I
interesting.
have a very fond place in my heart for those stories, and I couldn't tell you the names of the titles
Right.
because you would just read what you got. But
Right.
I think that again, the British influence was so strong, and it was all World War I, World War II stuff.
Okay. Interesting. And by the way, something else interesting I found that I'm surprised and very positively impressed that when your parents traveled, that they would bring back stuff for you, given the fact of what you mentioned earlier, that your mom in particular wasn't a fan of you reading this stuff.
This was a much different time. That
Oh,
was when we had just moved to Pakistan, and I may have been sequestering myself, and
okay.
I definitely didn't learn the language well as a form of protest that, hey, I just don't want to be here. But this is some years later, 3 or 4 or 5 years later, and we've settled, and my parents were both working, and I think part of it was a little bit of guilt that they were working so much and traveling so much that they would always bring us,
Oh,
whatever they could from our
okay.
list.
Would they be away for long periods when they would travel, or would it be like a week here, a week there, that kind of thing? Or
I think a week, yeah, a week to 10 days, depending.
okay, yeah, but it was quite often. You're saying, right?
Yes, and they would travel together, so then we would be
Both of them.
unsupervised.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Oh, so nobody was there to hold down the fort for you.
No, there were always grandparents,
Okay.
and um, it's a different environment. There would be like staff, and cousins and
Oh,
relatives.
yeah,
So
yeah. Okay, cool. And so, how does this lead then to? I mean, so you stayed there for 9 years, right? For those 9 years, did it just kind of continue the same way, or did like the access to the comics over there improve along the way, or was it from start to finish? You kind of got them at that place in the hotel or whatever, and just whatever you did your best, and you
it
know.
was a it continued on like that, but I think around um, after ninth grade, I didn't pursue it as much. You have other interests,
Other interests.
and
Oh, what other interests
you
might those
know,
be, Kyle?
well, novels,
Oh, I was waiting for you to say, well, girls.
long form poetry, and yeah, I stopped. And honestly, I think I fell out of the art a little bit in the
Oh,
books.
oh,
The 90s,
oh,
the boom did not speak to me. So
wow,
I
no.
really, and it's nothing personal. It's just I have no, I have no interest in J. Scott Campbell or even Bagley to a degree. I can kind of pinpoint when I tapered off. The over exaggerated features that we started to get, the there's artists out there who tried really hard, but the art just didn't resonate with me. So I think that helped to kind of for me to taper off.
Okay, interesting. Maki Boo Boo just wants to know: do you know if can you answer whether American comics are easy to find in Karachi? Were you ever in Karachi?
That's where I lived. Yes,
Oh, that's where you lived. Oh, okay.
yeah, that's where I lived. So they were not easy to find at the
Ah,
time.
okay. Not easy, Maki Boo Boo. I would imagine. I'd be surprised if you had said, "Oh yeah, we had them all over the place."
And again, I'm talking about DC and Marvel. Like I said,
yes,
Archie double digests. You will find them in the most strange and bizarre places. Mad Magazine, same thing.
yeah, yeah. And so, what was your connection to that stuff? Like, how would you? I don't know. Like, were you connected to that stuff at all? You know, the Mad and
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Because for me, it was also a connection back to where I came from in my head.
Okay.
So we wouldn't even have access. We didn't have movie theaters
Oh, there was nothing.
until
Oh,
much later. So I
oh,
wouldn't. Sometimes the parody in Mad would be your first exposure to a particular movie.
oh, wow. How interesting, right? Like
Yep.
when it comes down to it, when you think about, you know, you have the experience of having been on both sides of the planet. Most of us are just, wherever we grew up, and that's kind of all we know. And or not all we know, we've learned throughout our lives, but it's all we've experienced, most of us, right? So yeah, it's pretty fascinating to think about from your perspective, that you've been on both sides of it and experienced both that way. Yeah, I think it's fascinating. Peter just wants to know, what did the Forbidden Planet person recommend that was there anything that was pivotal that he recommended?
So definitely one of the books that came back was Wolverine Jungle Adventure, which
Oh,
I have
yeah,
a great fondness for.
the prestige format one.
Yes,
Right, yeah, I remember. Yeah.
and um, there would generally the Elseworlds would be like Holy Terror or Gotham by Gaslight, because
Oh,
again those were self-contained stories that
yeah,
were a good choice to send someone. You know,
right.
if somebody had sent my dad a bunch of random issues from the middle of a run,
Oh,
I would have been pretty upset. But
yeah.
instead, we
I would like to think
and,
that
and
you may not have been upset. I would like to think that you probably would have been like you might have been like, what's this?
I would have been
But
frustrated after the fact, not
yeah,
being able to follow up.
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you're like, shit, you know? Yeah. But still probably excited deep down because like, damn, these were pretty good, Like what I gotta find how I can finish these stories. Yeah.
And Batman Year Two, was that the McFarlane Mike
Oh,
Barr
in trade format by that
in
point, right?
trade format? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And what? Oh, well. Speaking of Batman Year, what about Year One? Would you not have had access? Oh, interesting.
I didn't. I read it probably 8 or 9 years ago for the first time.
Only 8 or 9 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I love that. That's why I love hearing these stories from everybody. It's amazing. 8 or 9 years ago. But so, in terms of your liking characters, what is your connection to Batman? Like, you were never like some big Batman guy?
It's all story.
Yeah.
It's all story driven. I find in retrospect.
Really
Um,
interesting.
so
More so,
Watchmen.
more so than a love for a particular characters.
I don't think I never said, "Oh, make sure you bring me Wolverine," or "Make sure you bring me um, whatever." We would get a random wizard once in a while too, which is great. I mean, Wizard magazine in a place where you don't have any other information or data or news is
Yeah.
amazing. We would go through Wizard and be like, our minds would be exploding to find out what else was out there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I totally get that. It's funny though. If I can just go back for a second to the Batman Year One, is it that it never appeared? You got the Batman Year Two, and you just never saw Batman Year One.
Correct. Nobody had the floppies, no one had the trade, so
Okay.
I never saw it.
Okay. Okay. And when you got Year Two, though, knowing that it's Year Two, was one of the first things you thought, well, where's Year One? Like, were you upset already without even?
No, I
Okay.
never thought about it at all because my mind was just, well, Year One is obviously when he becomes Batman.
Okay.
It's easy to fill that in.
I guess that's cool. That's cool. So interesting. Like I say,
Again, you have to. We were just grateful for what we had.
yes, yes,
So,
yeah, yeah.
and
Well, like,
it wouldn't be a steady stream. Maybe like while my parents travel a lot, maybe only 2 or 3 times a year did they go somewhere where they would go to a comic book store.
right.
So there would be droughts during which we would just read and reread and reread the books that we had.
Sure, sure. I mean, that's what a lot of kids did, right? When they, for whatever reason, couldn't access anymore. You like a lot of us say, oh, we read them until the covers came off, basically, you know.
Mhm.
So yeah, so that's understandable. And so you were being driven away by the whole sort of early '90s era, artistically speaking.
And like I said, it wasn't just that. It was that
Okay,
plus
yeah,
just a natural waning of interest.
right, right, okay. So at what point? So you're saying at a certain point you just kind of like, and you stop altogether?
Probably, yeah. I probably stopped going to buy the books. They were getting extremely expensive because the Pakistani currency was slowly
So
devaluing
we,
as well.
yeah.
So imagine if the books are getting more and more expensive and you have less interest in the stories.
Oh,
And I
sure.
think the publishers were really leaning into crossovers and thinning out the storyline and kind of trying to persuade people at the store to buy more books to keep abreast of a storyline, things like
Right.
that. And but when you're overseas and you don't even have the choice, it was an
Yeah.
easy option to just say, I'm out.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, listen, when you're limited, you're just limited. And as you said, in that living in that sort of situation, I can imagine how, yeah, pretty much everybody who was interested in this type of stuff, it is so limited in how you can access it or not access it, that you're just happy to, oh, when you do get something, oh, I got some, and whatever it is, you may be unhappy that, oh, maybe it wasn't a good one, or maybe this was the second part of something that came out earlier or whatever. But I think most of the kids I would think, would be happy just to get whatever you get, and at least it's something better than nothing, that kind of attitude.
And also, I guess not having had access to comic book stores, I wasn't hung up on runs or trying to complete runs or
Right.
continuing to keep my run going because I never had a run except for very few titles that happened to come in their complete form. Like Starman from DC is one that hit at the right time that I read and came in from issue number one and it ended, relatively soon. So I had that. But otherwise, there was nothing really tying me to them. I could
Right.
see how someone was here and they had a nice complete run. That's some motivation to keep going, at least in that title.
Right. Right. Yeah, I always kind of wondered, and I figured what the reason would be. When I saw that you had picked up the Starman #1 cover, you know, I always wondered, oh, not a title that I would have expected Mikhail, to sort of be familiar with, let alone, oh, I love it so much, I'm going to buy the #1 cover. Um, but yeah, it sort of makes more sense now, knowing some of his background. And on Starman, did you read it to the end? Were you able to?
Yes, I was.
Right to the end. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. And the Wizard was like your Bible, Tom. I'm sure it was. Wizard was amazing. Look at all these Wizard lovers. Uh, Nick will revive it. I doubt that. Hey, good morning from the land of the rising sun. What's up? What's up, Timothy Finney? Maybe during college. During college, yeah, let's jump ahead. During college, when you come back, were you just too busy? Or actually, let's ask this. You kind of start losing interest. At what point do you start regaining the interest?
Probably around 2007, perhaps.
Oh, when
When
you're around 30ish?
Yes, and I discovered torrents,
You
and I was
discovered
living
what?
in Pakistan. Torrents.
Torrents? Torrent sites.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
I was living in Pakistan at the time, and it I think people at that point were able to recommend nice completed stories that I was able to get into and read. Like, you mainline it. You can just basically, when the series is out, and you can just download it, and you're not waiting week to week, and you can just run
Yeah.
through it. It really does a lot to get you into the stories, and people had been doing good work, um,
Yeah.
that I was able to discover, and that's what kind of got me reading again.
Okay. Real quick, if I could just backtrack a little bit, just for Peter's sake, wanted to know, can you name a couple of novels that might have been drawing your attention away from comics at the time?
Oh, they were all very
Pornographic?
yes, they were troublesome to decipher,
Troubles with the
and
decipher.
coquettish, and wise beyond my ways, for sure.
I have to know, was this a joke, or did you read James Hadley Chase novels? Was that, were you
Well, it
just,
answers the question, and I did read James Hadley Chase
did you?
novels. Yeah,
Interesting. Interesting.
my parents had a bunch of them.
I was going to say, how would you have been introduced to James Hadley Chase novels? And they
Well,
had
first of all, the covers are great.
so you had them in the classic 50s, 60s era paperback novels? The paperbacks?
Yes.
Oh, those are the best ones. Oh my God. Okay, awesome. Oh my God. So you had some of those vintage paperbacks. That's how they're referred to. Vintage paperbacks. Wow, interesting. Oh yeah. I guess you probably would assume, I don't know if you know, but I'm sure you probably assume. But James Hadley Chase, he was not a good guy.
I don't know anything about him.
Oh no? Okay.
No.
Okay. Yeah. No, he misogynist, the whole bit. What you would expect of a guy who kind of does the novels that he did,
Yep.
Yeah. So interesting. Wow, very interesting piece of info. I like that, Mikail. Wow, James Hadley Chase.
And then to answer somebody, I think Maki Pupa was asking,
Yeah.
I would have probably read comics in college. It wasn't that I was so
Yeah.
busy, but I went to a very small school in the middle of nowhere, and there definitely was no LCS or even bookstore that carried comics around us.
Interesting. So even in the great state of New York, Colgate is that out of the way. It's like in a rural
Yes.
part of it. Oh, it's very rural.
It's very, very rural.
Wow. What part, if I may ask, what part of New York is it? What's the city that
It's almost bang smack in the middle of the state, and Syracuse is the biggest city.
The nearest one?
That's about 45 minutes away.
45 minutes away. Okay. I've been to Syracuse. Yeah. It's kind of like a smaller little upstate city type of thing. Interesting. Okay. Would you describe it as Syracuse being, in comparison, is Syracuse really big of a city in comparison to Colgate?
Colgate Colgate at the time was about 2,100 students.
Okay.
And I believe the village of Hamilton, in which Colgate is situated, is about the same.
Oh.
So it's very tiny.
Really small. Okay. Got you. Okay, cool. So funny because I'm familiar with Colgate as a school. So it's, when you know about it, you figure, oh, okay, yeah, it's probably it's probably upstate New York, but I would never think it's in some tiny little town that small,
It's a hamlet. It's technically a hamlet.
Hamlet, really, is it? Wow. Marcus is yelling at you saying he reads Sandman. I don't know why he said that, but I mean, we know he reads Sandman. Why do you got to yell it out? That's another question. The Kama Sutra. That's what he didn't want to tell us. Black Viper of Dorn. I mean, you figured him out, man. When did you realize there was artwork that you could get from the published comics or first see a page? Yeah, because that's what we're gonna. Unless you have something else you'd like to share with us from the comic book aspect of your growing up years. By all means, jump forward and maybe give us how did you discover the existence of original art?
All right. So I got married in 2006,
2006. Okay.
and my wife and I lived in Pakistan. We met there. I was working there. She was working there
Sorry, where?
in Pakistan.
Oh, in Pakistan. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was.
Let me give you like
born
a
and
quick.
raised there.
She also lived. They lived in London for a while she was
Oh,
growing up.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I after I graduated, I was in the States, and my plan was to continue to be in the US. But then I joined the Peace Corps, and so
You
right
did?
after 9/11, yes.
I did not know that.
So,
Interesting.
yeah, I had applied, and then I got my placement, and then it was that was in, I think, August of 2001, and then there was 9/11 in September, and we flew out in October. So um, I was away from late 2001 through 2003, and then when I came back, my parents got divorced, so I flew back to Pakistan to kind of provide support and just be around as they made that transition. And then then when I was there, I randomly got a job and I started working and I met my wife, and so I made a life there even though that hadn't been my intent.
Right.
And then after we had a child, um, we it wasn't where we wanted to raise our child. There were a lot of um, security issues and intolerance, religious intolerance, things like
Right.
that. So
You
I
guys,
went to Mozambique, Peter, Mozambique.
is your is
Um,
your is your family of the Christian faith?
no, no,
Okay.
we're from a Muslim family,
Okay.
and but we're from so in Muslims there's two sects, the majority Sunni and the minority Shia,
Oh, that's
and then
right.
we're in the Shia sect, and then in the Shia sect we're part of another minority sect.
Oh,
Um, so anyways, for various reasons, we said, we're not, we were going to go to the States and, try things out, see how it goes. So the day we flew to the States, we flew to Boston. It
how
was,
did you choose it, by the way? How did you choose that?
so my mother has a flat in
Oh,
Boston.
okay.
And so we were like, we can use that as a staging point. And because I
Makes
went to school in upstate New York, all of my friends are in that tri-state area,
that
basically,
area.
New York. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we landed in Boston the night, literally the night of the marathon attack, the Boston Marathon attack.
Oh,
It
wow.
was an absolutely surreal experience because we were flying on Turkish and they had live TV. So we're fucking watching this shit like unfold. And we're literally leaving a place because of the violence. And,
Yeah.
this happens.
Landing.
Like, I'm
Yeah.
amazed that we were able to get to Boston and then where our apartment is right next to where the blast happened. So we couldn't
Wow.
even, the taxi couldn't even take us to the apartment because the police had closed everything
It was
down.
cordoned off, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember he literally did a U-turn, went down the wrong side of the highway. We jumped out. It was my wife and I with suitcases and our young 2-year-old son. And then we got to the apartment, and then you couldn't get groceries for 3 days because the city was just locked down, shut
Lockdown.
down.
Yeah.
And you're watching this manhunt. It was really surreal. But yeah, so that was a really interesting experience.
I can imagine.
But anyways, then we settled in Boston, and in 2015, I went to my first con ever, Boston Comic Con, and that that introduced me to the fact that artists that I knew were there,
Mhm.
and then in
But but but
2018,
but hold
so I
on.
went every year.
But did you? Were you aware? were you aware of the existence that these things, these conventions happened even before you actually attended that Boston one? I would think you would.
Yes,
Yeah,
in an very abstract form.
yeah,
I mean, San Diego people just, I don't know how you know about it, but you know about it. It's just in the
yeah.
zeitgeist.
Everybody knows. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So so we got there in 2013, and I would see it advertised. And so in 2015, we were established and settled enough where I was like, I know there's parts of this that are going to resonate with me. I should go check it out, see what it's all about. And that's when I first started seeing artists doing commissions at con sketches, that kind of thing. I don't believe there were any original art dealers there that year.
Okay.
And it wasn't until 2018 that I went, and Albert was there.
I would think Bashara might have been there because he was from Massachusetts at the time.
He's still there, isn't he? I mean,
well, he ended up moving.
He's
to California.
splitting his time. Yeah,
he has a place. Yeah, he has a place there. Yeah, yeah. But
that's where he grew up.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. So around 2015 is when I started going to cons, or at least local cons, and slowly started to.
Right. Right. But at that con, so at your first con, and remind me again, did you say 2016 or 15?
15.
15. Did you end up commissioning or picking up any kind of art at all?
Yeah, I commissioned Tim Sale.
Of all people, wow, one of the great ones. Wow, okay.
That's the first piece on my cap.
Oh, okay. Nice. Wow.
Because I knew Tim from Long Halloween.
Yeah.
And I was super intrigued that, wow, this great artist is there, and apparently you can give them money and they'll do a drawing for you.
Right.
And so I got there, got in line, and this is when I knew something was wrong with me, because it was, I think, 300 for single figure, and I asked for two figures. So to like open up your wallet and take out $600 and give it to someone for having never done anything like that before, there's something wrong with you. That's not a normal thing to do.
And yet it didn't stop you.
It didn't stop me. And if anything, it really opened up a new perspective.
Oh, that's cool. But that was the only one. You just got that one for that show, and that was it?
Yes.
Okay. And because of the fact that at least not that you saw, dealers were there, that means at that point, you still weren't really aware or even gave any kind of thought to, what about the drawings that they draw to make the comics? Like it's not on your...
Didn't even enter my head.
Right. That's what I figure. Okay. So what's the next step after that con that sort of gets you, again, another connection to comic art for the second time? Or could it have been online rather than a local?
No, it was the next 3 years. It was just every year I went to the con and got a piece.
Okay.
And there's an artist, Yale Stewart, who does a web comic called JL8, which is about the Justice League as 8-year-olds. And it's really, really sweet, very nice, very funny. So I was reading that web comic, and he used to publish it on like a blog style platform. And as part of that, he would have links to random eBay auctions that he would do.
Okay.
So even then I didn't realize it, because he would auction off pinups. So that was my first eBay bid ever, was bidding on one of his pieces.
Oh.
And this was all kind of concurrently happening. And then in 2015, when I went and I got the Tim Sale piece, whoever was manning the booth at Essential said, "Hey, do you know, I can't scan this. Will you be putting it on CAF?" And I was like, "What's CAF?" So he showed me, and I just noted down the website, went home, created the account, uploaded the piece, and then didn't visit again for probably another year and a half.
Okay. A lot of
And
people do
then,
that actually for whatever reason, but yeah,
yeah.
interesting.
And then I went back in 2016 and I got a piece. Went back in 17 and 18 is when I finally started seeing the published pages. And
Uh,
Albert was there, and he had a page from Jungle Adventure, which I mentioned earlier.
hmm
So that was a really direct, strong connection for me, as a piece of comic art. That not only was it, oh yeah, it's cool that it's been used to make the book, but it's been used to make the book that I read and had in Pakistan, 25 years ago. So it
Right.
was really very visceral, the reaction I had to it. Exactly, light bulb moment. And so that was the beginning of the
Right.
real debauchery.
Yeah. And from that point on, did you start kind of doing more online and seeking it out online and seeing what's out there and just doing searches and I guess checking out
Yes.
Cap more often and seeing, oh, look at all this art here. Holy crap, Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So 2018, I saw Albert at the booth. He had 3 pages that I really liked, and I didn't buy any of them there. But then I wrote to him afterwards, and we did a deal for I think maybe 4 or 5 pages that first
Oh
thing.
wow.
And I
Wow.
met Joseph Melchior bought Frank Quitely to that 2018 Boston show,
Okay.
and I wasn't reaching out to him for pages, but I was reaching out just for commissions because that's all I knew at the time.
Right.
So I was like, Frank Quitely's coming. Let me try and set up something for the show. And then I met him there, and he had a cover and a pinup. And I was chatting with them that I really liked them. And so I did a deal. I mean, I really spent an obscene amount of money in a very short period of time because I finally saw the right things that just clicked
Right.
with me.
Spoke to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, with Albert, I would imagine since that was your first time, I would imagine if you had to, not that I'm asking you to, but if you had to, I imagine you would probably be able to list out all 5 or however many pages you actually picked up from him. You'd probably be able to remember them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I would think so. Yeah, that's because it's magical, right? When you're first sort
Well,
of
two of
new.
them were super strong nostalgia pages. One was the Jungle Adventure page. One was an Infinity Gauntlet page.
Oh wow! Already
Um,
right off the bat. Yeah.
there were 2 Sandman pages,
Wow.
and there was this Jim Lee, Scott Williams. It was like a piece they'd done for a promo piece, but it was John Kent and Damian Wayne
Oh, okay.
together.
Right. The Super Sons.
Super Sons, exactly.
Yeah. That's really cool. I can imagine what you were feeling at the time because, like you say, this is still fairly recently, right? This is in the grand scheme of things. This is very recently, so the prices of art, relatively speaking, were already very high that year. So that's quite the purchase for you to make in one shot. With your first, direct with a comic art dealer, like through the mail kind of thing. That's a huge first purchase to go with.
Yeah, and I think I spent even more with Joseph on the Quietly pieces,
Oh, really?
but but I'd met them at the show and we talked, and I had I knew who they were. It wasn't just a
Yeah.
stranger on the internet. And
Sure.
same thing
Yeah.
with Albert. I'd seen him at the show, and then we corresponded. So that gave it some grounding that I think was essential versus
Right.
just randomly,
Sure.
sending money to someone like that. And the other thing I tell people is at the time, I really didn't have any vices. I didn't really spend my money on
On anything
anything
else?
for myself.
Yeah.
We'd go out to nice dinners. I used to spend much more money on nice clothes, and now I'm like, that can just go to comic art right
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
but yeah, so I was fortunate because I had some funds to draw on to start doing this.
Okay. By the way, if you don't have to answer it, but I always tell everybody don't answer any questions you don't feel comfortable asking, and don't be shy to say I'd rather not say or whatever. But do people know, like, publicly? Do people know what you do for a living?
I mean, the people
I
who
know you.
ask.
I know you told me what business you're in. I didn't want to say it out loud in case it's like it's just
No,
rather.
it's not. It's just very boring and mundane.
Well, I just wanted to say the way I would say it is, like, I think it's how the way anybody in that business says it. Oh, I'm in textiles. Is that basically it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's like that Friends episode with Chandler. Like, what is Chandler's job?
All
They
right.
all just are stumped. It's about the same level as that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But you're.
But I used to work in television, and that was much more interesting and much more fulfilling for me.
Yeah, because that's so you mentioned that earlier. And how long did that last?
Um, 5 or 6 years.
Okay. And why did you leave the industry?
So I was in news production, television news production, and that is not very compatible with family life.
Oh,
I got to the point where I was producing the 9 o'clock show, like our flagship show, and there's so much excitement. It's a live show. When you're in the production room during a live show, putting it together, and every day you're doing this, right? Every day,
yeah.
um, you wrap the show at 9, and then you have a post-show meeting. You're getting home at like 11. The next day you
Yeah.
wake up, it just all starts all over again.
All over
It's
again.
very intense. It's very exciting. But if you want to have
Have a
a
family.
family and be involved and do all that stuff, it's
Yeah.
not the greatest situation. And so I
Yeah.
was fortunate enough that the business that I'm in it's something that my family does.
Mm.
So my parents were very good. They never pressured me that, hey, you have to do this. When I wanted it as an option, it was there for me, and so that was
Oh,
really fortunate for me.
okay. So to this day, you're part of the family business?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's good. At least it's familiar to you as well. So that's kind of a nice thing, even though, like you say, it may not be as exciting, whatever, as television and all that. But yeah, I think there's something to be said that when it's the family business, you working with people, and yes, I am fully aware, believe me, that also working with family can also have its downsides as well. I know all of that, but it's cool. I mean, you're happy with it, I'm assuming, right? I mean, you stuck with
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I'm. Yeah. It's very. It gives me a lot of flexibility, um, which is nice.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I noticed. I mean, you do attend a lot of conventions. You if you want to go, you go. So I figured, oh yeah, it's got to be, and I was aware that, again, being aware of what you did, and you hadn't told me, but I assumed that it was with the family. Not that it necessarily meant you were doing it with the family, but I assumed it was, or that it might be. I figured, that's pretty sweet. It's a pretty good gig you got, whether you like it or not. It's a good gig that it allows you to have that flexibility, because that's what I'm all about, is having flexibility, having certain freedoms to be able to do things other than always being locked down from this hour to that hour, from this day to that day, every week, yeah, it's nice to have those abilities to sort of get away from the work, to do your own things, kind of thing. So he did that.
I will say to James that I was an excellent chemistry student.
You hear that, James? Excellent. Not just a chemistry student, but an excellent one.
Chemistry was my jam.
Oh, that's cool. I wasn't great in chemistry, but in spite of that fact, I loved it. Yeah, I thought it was fun because
It has that ability where you can really enjoy it, much more so than physics. I think, for at least for
oh,
me personally.
yeah, I didn't. I was lost right from the get go, and I fell behind, and then I hated it from then on. So it was, yeah. Physics and I did not go well together. So Oh, Sean, you also did some TV producing, and you hated it. Look, it's not for everybody, I guess, right? Different strokes for different folks. Look at Kavi, always the first one to try to push us into the art. Yeah, I know it's time. Don't worry. I'm sure you got straight A's. Did you get straight A's? Were you that good at it?
In chemistry, for sure.
Yeah. Did you? Yeah. See, James already knew that. Nice. All right. Well, thank you so much, Mikail. I appreciate it. And like, I noticed a bunch of comments were like, "Oh, this is fascinating. Great stories, great background." So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm glad you you let us all get to know you a lot better that way. So, I really appreciate it. So, you ready to get into the show and tell portion of the show and tell show?
Let's do it.
All right.
I really. Part hand in hand with what I was saying earlier about how it's so easy to just show up for this show and you don't have to do anything. It's really interesting to see what you pick out of the collection. I think I would have said I know two pieces, but you said sometimes you pick a thumbnail that you don't pick for the show. So I'm only actually sure about one piece.
Right. Yeah, that's very true about what I said about the thumbnails. And everybody always assumes that, the one on the thumbnail is where is it? You're gonna be showing it, right? Not always. Sometimes I'm like, look, it's so hard to whittle it down to only 20 pieces or so that I'm like, oh, well, I think I did a pretty nice job with the thumbnail. People can see, even though it's just part of the image, it looks pretty cool. Let me not waste one of the 20 slots showing the whole thing. Let people go to this collector's gallery and see it there in full, and I can show 20 extra pieces. So, but sometimes I'm like, I do want to show the piece on the thumbnail. So we'll see if we see it tonight or not, guys. I won't even mention to all of you whether you will see that one tonight. But like I always say, everyone, whatever, if you love that, awesome. Here, let me remind you, for those of you who may have come in late, talking about this one, it's just a fantastically beautiful piece of illustration. And so, of course, it's larger than that. I've had to crop it to fit, the rectangular shape that we're dealing with on the screen. But if you love that as much as I did, please use the direct link to Mikail's gallery. That's right below the description down here. It'll take you right to his gallery, and you can check it out there. And that obviously it goes for anything we look at tonight, especially anything that you can tell is sort of detail oriented, but you can't see it well. It's always well worth the time to just click the direct link and go see it in full. You can appreciate it obviously more when it's full size. So, all right. Well, having said that, let me cue up the first piece here. And
I wanted to say that I'm not very active in the chat for your show.
Yeah.
But I used to. We didn't even mention that I recently moved from California to Boston.
Well, you mentioned it to me, but yeah.
Yeah. When I was in California, your show was on at 5, which was right about the time I would take the dog out for the evening walk. So I'd listen to it, for that first hour.
Oh, okay.
And then I'd get home, and around 6 is when I'm, getting the kids dinner and stuff ready. So again, I'd be listening to it. And that's one of the great features of YouTube Premium is you can turn off the screen and just listen to it like a podcast.
Like a podcast, right.
And then, or I'd have the phone sitting out on the counter, and when a piece of art would show up, I'd go and look at it and then continue to listen. So I was always listening, even if I wasn't actively participating in the chat.
Well, I appreciate that. But let me just tell you, like I've told everybody many times, just so you know, between you and me, I even have, and I've said this before, I have plenty of friends in this hobby who never come into the chat and never even have time to catch on rewind. I don't take offense even to those people. So as I always say, any second or minute that anybody can, feels like they can watch or want to watch, I appreciate any time anybody gives me, and I don't hold it against
I only mention it not to stroke your ego, but like I have a sense of what the chat is and the grounds that you cover, and
Right.
versus somebody, you might have someone come in and do the show who doesn't have that background on what's going on, or movie talk, or how
Right.
to hate Blade Runner.
I didn't say I hate Blade Runner. No. I said I didn't think the story was like, oh wow, like the way everybody talks it up. And I also mentioned I love it visually. I didn't hate the story. I thought the story was okay, just not wow. Like so many people, oh my god, my favorite movie of all time. I'm like, what? Okay, no. That I can't agree with. We could argue all day and all night. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying, though. But I do appreciate it. And yeah, I always tell everybody that let that be known to all of you. I know a lot of you, come in once in a while. You're in for a few minutes. You take off. That's cool. Like I said, I appreciate it just as much as the guys who are here every week and hang around from start to finish. So whatever, like I said, anytime anybody can give, I appreciate it. Listen, if it's the content is not for everybody. If you enjoy it enough that you want to watch and or listen, great. I love it, and I appreciate that. But some people probably, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Like not everybody can be loved by everybody. So if you don't like what I do, well, of course I don't expect, you to watch this type of content. So, and again, I don't take offense. So, but yeah, no, I appreciate it, Mikail. Whatever you've seen and watched, I appreciate that you took the time to do so. Same thing goes for all the rest of you wackos. And before we jump into it, sorry, Black Viper of Dorn is saying, we left off at buy from Albert. Can we move it forward to the first issue purchase? Well, we really just wanted the background of how he discovered art and got into it. And like he said, Black Viper, the rest is history. And yet I still got a little bit more out of him after that. We don't have all night to sort of start getting into, how he bought his first issue purchase or whatever. You want to give a one sentence? I don't know what he's really looking for, but you want to give a one sentence answer to Black Viper, Mikail, and say something?
I don't have one.
You don't have one.
I don't have it.
There you go. There you go. He thought it would be interesting to have the issue, and I guess he bought it. There you go. I've just answered for him. Ruben needs a camera. He's a blur.
At that, my collecting really, the graph would be like straight up. I went crazy buying art from 2018 to 2022. Just
crazy.
So I'm sad to say the exact details of which issue, which complete story came first, and how that came about in the timeline escapes me.
All right, excellent. Yes, Marcus, you're a long-time listener, but a first-time watcher. I'm sure you are. He only hates Ryan Gosling. I kind of do, just visually. I hate it when Hollywood, those Hollywood interviewer types, when they always, they're such suck-ups to everybody in Hollywood, and they always try to describe every male and female actor as, oh, she's gorgeous, or he's so handsome. I don't know. I don't get it. Hey, you guys know, Brad Pitt is one of the all-time greats. Very handsome guy. But that guy, sorry, I'm on the wrong, I'll get to you in a second, James. Sorry, here, this is the one I meant. Gosling, I don't get it. He's got I don't find he's attractive. He's not an attractive male. I don't get it. That's all I can say. I don't get it. James, I didn't say I hated Blade Runner. I admit I don't get why people would ever say that's my favorite movie of all time. And I even admit it, it's beautiful. Cinematography, fantastic. I noticed that right from the get-go, and I kept thinking about that throughout the movie. But story-wise and acting-wise, I was like, I don't know. I don't get it. But I've also said many times, I'm not a sci-fi guy, so that plays into it a certain degree, But JT, see, you're all shitting on me now. That I will, and we're not going to get into it because I've already talked about this on my shows many times. That I admit, I despise him, and I always will. He's more of a witness guy. I don't think I even saw that one, by the way. Being it was almost made 45 years ago, it's awesome. Well, I said that about the cinematography and the look of it. I thought it was especially given how long ago it was. It's certainly visually holding up really, really well, I think. It's more of a Short Circuit. You know what? I never saw, just FYI, James, never saw Short Circuit. Comes to the 80s robot movies. I never watched that one. I think it was too old. I think I remember thinking, like, when I saw the commercials, oh, some stupid talking robot or whatever. I thought I was probably 15, 16 at the time. I think it looked like something that would have been more for, like, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. I don't know what Hanover Street is. Johnny Five Alive, I don't know. Read the book about making the movie. A lot went into it. Oh, sure. I like making ups. I watched Joker 2 on Max. Ooh, what a franchise killer. Mike, how could you? We talked about it on one of my shows a couple of months back. Everybody was like so, tearing it down. What made you think you were going to like that? You saw one with the voiceover. You need to watch the final. I know, we talked about that too. I do. And I will, guys. I will one day watch the proper one. I watched what Jeff showed me. I was at his house, and he told me, "Yeah, let's watch that. You can engage Mikail in the after show." No, because then I have to keep Mikail like in through the night until 6 a.m. Just watched Short Circuit with my kids. It does not hold up. Was it ever like good when it actually came out, though? No offense. Battery's not.
But the robot was okay. The robot did a good job.
Really? I was tuning in to hear this whole evolution as a collector. He won't give it up. Haven't you wound down now? Why are you not giving? I don't get it. Channel of debauchery. Exactly. Ryan isn't enough for Ruben. He's not. See, at least I'm not being like, oh yeah, he's awesome because he's Canadian. I don't care. A good Canadian kid. Yeah. All I can see is the blatant brown face on that. Right, exactly. By that guy. Remember that geeky actor who ended up dating Michelle Pfeiffer for a while? Unbelievably. What was his name? Fisher Stevens, was that his name? And then he did the Indian accent, or was it a Pakistani accent? Obviously it must really be cringeworthy to have to watch that now. But Mikail probably had a lot of people responsibly encouraging him to buy. You don't need a group like that in your life. Yeah, you're number one, James. Exactly. Next is 6 are sexy. That brown face was a greedy genius. I'm interested in the observations of the hobby as here it goes again. Well, that's why we talk a lot. In spite of the fact that guys like Hobby always try to push me to shut the fuck up and get to the artwork. I find the conversation a lot more interesting than looking at the art, but that's just me. How your thoughts on it have evolved. I mean, I don't know. Have your thoughts on it? He hasn't been collecting for all that long either, Viper. Don't forget that. So have your.
I think it's a perfectly valid question, and I wasn't joking. Like I'm not at the peak. I'm not even on the plateau. I'm definitely on the way down. And
in what sense? In what sense do you mean? Collecting?
In terms of the amount of buying.
Oh yeah,
the pace of buying for sure.
Oh, but not in terms of because I went crazy for those 4 years, so I got to relax now. But you think?
Well, I think that's a part of it, but I don't regret any of the stuff that I bought the day before today.
Okay. But I guess what I'm saying is, do you sincerely feel that you might be on the downturn, and that downturn in terms of the volume may be a permanent thing going forward, or just as
I'm on the downturn in terms of the volume of buying?
Yeah, but you think that downturn will, and whatever level you level off at, you think that's what you'll kind of stay at pretty much going forward?
I think so. I think my mentality is to get to be, or I am at a level now where I'm trying to buy maybe 2 or 3 nicer pieces in a year.
Oh, really?
And then
not including commissions, though, man. Not including commissions. Do you find
when I say nicer / more expensive pieces, and sometimes commissions can fall into that category.
Right.
And then 5 to 10 pieces that are at a more reasonable level that gets the adrenaline going, and you get the delivery at the door, and you open up the box and you look at the new art and you get a piece, So, but and the very direct reason for that is the pricing. Even as a newer collector, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around paying X for something when 3 or 4 years ago it was half that price.
Right. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. And like you say, when you've had that period of time where you've gone crazy, and that craziness lasted a few years, yeah, it gets overwhelming, and I feel like you eventually are like, okay, like enough already. Like I think I've had my fill. Let me just calm down now, and I think like yeah, take it easy from now on, kind of thing. A lot of people have sort of gone through that phase. So yeah, Black Viper.
And you can still be ready for when that one piece suddenly pops up that you didn't know you were looking for, but then you see it and it's there. Then you can go after that.
Of course, there's like I always say, there's always exceptions to the rule, right? It doesn't mean that just because now you're going to calm down and level off, doesn't mean that there may not be a year, in the future where, oh my God, certain things that you just love so much start appearing, or opportunities for commissions that you always wanted start popping up, and next thing you know, you've ramped up, you're collecting that particular year out of the norm, but it also doesn't mean that it has to continue going back up again. You can level off, right? That could be looked upon as if that happens in the future, you can look at it as, oh, that was an exceptional year, but I'm going back to the normal calming down phase again, Yeah. So you're a terrible person. Exactly. Downturn in volume, pump up in the price level. Well, I think we all feel that way. I'm definitely slowing down on buying, says Dan, especially headline pieces. Yeah. Well, the headliners are the more expensive ones, right? So thinking about sending some pieces to auction and chill bidding on them. Okay. That you do what you got to do. Mystery Sketches says Goo, which of course Mikail has partaken of many times, right? The scope narrows too, says Carl. I mean, not for everybody, but I do think that for a lot of people that is very much true. You start refocusing. I think we all at a certain point start. You lose interest in certain things that used to interest you, and yeah, you kind of refocus. Waiting for the light.
Here's another thing that's really changed in my life. I'm reading much less than I used to in terms of monthly titles.
Comics.
I probably had a pull list of 40 titles a month with a lot of the newer stuff in it, and that's dropped down quite a bit. My time management is different. My ability to keep up with the weekly schedule, I'm moving like you to trades a little bit. The storage, just the storage aspect of it alone. So there's definitely been some changes, but I always love getting art from new and current books, if it's in a reasonable price range.
Sure. All right, Black Viper of Dorn. All right, I hope you're happy. We got more out of Mikail. I think he's brought us up to date now, and I think we can get into the artwork, right? Yeah, I think it's time. So, all right, Kavi, you're going to be happy for sure. And yeah, you said, the new comic book day frequency is tough. Yeah, that things change. You get older, you have other things, priorities, whatever. Getting out to the comic shop starts to get a bit more difficult sometimes. All right.
And my kids are getting to that age where I foresee the next 5 or 6 years I'll be spending more time with them as they enter the stage of their lives where you can do more with them. It's easier to ignore them earlier.
Yes. I've mentioned the exact same thing to other people in the past too. There's that age, right? There's that certain age range where it's like, it's easy to do the ignoring and you get the more freedom. And then at a certain point, it's like, oh no, now they're older now. I got to pay them, more attention. And yeah, it's different for sure. It's all different phases in their lives, right? So you gotta be with them in different ways.
Yeah.
But all right, everybody. Thank you very much again, Mikail, for that. And thank you all for listening in and hanging in there. I know it was long. Again, I don't apologize because I love to hear.
Isn't that what they're here for?
Well,
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, that's what I always say. But they're always like, come on, next. Get to the art. Next. It's like,
They've already seen all the art.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I say. I always say, you guys can look at art literally 300, like 24/7, 365, anywhere online. Like, why do you have to get so excited about doing the show and tell part of it when you can do that at any time on your own? You should be more excited about, hey, you get to know somebody, get, bits of their background. That should be more exciting. But apparently not. They always just bust my chops and tell me, just get to the art, I've been reading more older titles from over 30 years ago. Well, a lot of us older guys tend to do that as well, though. Helps me remember why I love it. I'm waiting for my kids to get to that age where they'll ignore me. Good luck, JT. I don't know how many years you've got, but good luck with that. Because we want to hear the stories behind the art, not about the art itself. Yeah, but don't you want to know more stories about the collectors? Should be about learning about the collectors. Don't worry, Ruben. We know where the exit is. We like to torment you. At least that's why I'm here. That's why you're here. Yeah, I know, Antoine. I know. I mean, I'm just joshing with you guys. Seeing which 20 you pick out of the amazing collection is pretty intriguing. Thank you. Yes, remember, guys, I know there's always people that are like kind of, disappointed. Oh, how could you not pick this? How can you not? Trust me. I know all of that. It's not as easy as you think to try to encompass someone's collection with 20 pieces. A lot of great stuff gets left out. And I wasn't kidding when I said I could have done, when I was in Mikail's Galactus gallery, I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh, yeah, cool. Oh, look at that one. Oh, look at this one. That's so cool. I'm like, shit, maybe I should do a Galactus only special or whatever. And then one day do another episode of the broader scope.
You could do that as a round table where you get character collectors on, and they go around and take turns sharing their characters.
Yes, exactly. See, I thought of that a while ago because of the fact that several people have asked me, hey, have you thought of doing like a show and tell with somebody that focuses on a character? And I said, yes, of course I have. Why haven't you done it then? Well, it's simple. I have to be interested. I have to think of the crowd who's watching live. I got to think about the much larger crowd who watches on Rewind. And I have to think and ask myself, on the whole, is there going to be enough interest from everybody that they would care to see, a show and tell just where 20 pieces in a row are the same character? And I feel like it could be possible. It could be interesting. But at the same time...
Well, they don't have to all be the same character. It could be like 3 or 4 collectors who each have a different character, and then they take turns pulling up a piece.
No. That aspect, yes, that's what I'm trying to say, is that people have asked me, why haven't you done like a single collector episode where it's, ask a collector whose collection focuses on a character, ask them to come and do a show and tell. Like I don't know, like let's say a guy who primarily collects Batman. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that, of course, I've thought about it. But then I'm like, okay, I will say this. In order to do a episode that focuses on a character, I would want the selection to encompass as broad a part of that character's history as possible. And what I find is that out of the relatively small amount of people in the hobby who are like us, who are social and want to be social or willing to be social online, on YouTube and whatnot, the ones that, for example, are primarily Batman collectors, let's say, I know some, and I'm sure they do it if I ask them. The problem is it's nothing personal to them, but they tend to collect from a specific era or two. Whereas I'm thinking, look, if I'm going to do a one character focused show, I really would rather the show be from somebody who has enough art to where it's broad, and they have an example from at least going back to the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and 90s, up to present. And there are not many character-focused collectors who do have that broad of a scope. So that's why. And that's why, Mikail, I agree with you. And that's what I said to myself. I was like, you know what? Maybe if I did it in the form of a, more than one collector, so like a round table, and then maybe each one with a different character. So at least the show itself doesn't focus on one character, but each individual collector might be into that one character. And if you have 4 guys or something on the screen, okay, you get 4 characters or whatever. I'm assuming that's kind of more like how you're referring to it, right? Like if it was
and I mean, it's like when you speak to a character. Like I don't have any published Galactus. I only have commissions for the most part.
Right.
What's fascinating to me is just how endlessly, an artist can interpret a different character, right? So you think you're going to get tired. It's going to be Galactus doing the same old thing, but I think when the artist really delivers a unique vision, and it's your 30th piece of that same character, that's amazing. It's like music. It really fascinates me how good new music is constantly being made. Like we haven't run out of the combination of notes and harmonies,
right?
Where we still hear something and that's new, that's different, and it's amazing, and we love it. So it's the same thing with art.
Yeah, no, I agree. So yeah, look, I may do something like that. I may do something like that. I want you to be on the screen showing off your musical poem genius. Oh, Marcus. I think the same character show would be interesting. Again, unless it's really widespread from different eras and as well as different artists, that I think would be interesting. But again, I know some guys. I have a friend. I just want to say, Mikail, I'll give you the floor in a second. I just wanted to say, I have a friend. He's been on the show. You guys know him. He's the guy. He's one of the guys who Blade Runner is his favorite movie of all time. Okay, Neon Dragon. Okay, John Byron. He was like, oh hey, maybe if you want one day we could do a Batman show and tell. Because he doesn't just collect Batman, but he does have a lot of Batman art. But I'm like, I looked at the collection, he's got enough cool pieces, but not enough variety. Even though he's got variety, it's not widespread enough in the different eras that I think would make it as interesting as I want it to be. Because that's what I want to say. But yeah, go ahead, Mikail. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to point out what NSN said. That adds another little wrinkle to it that's quite interesting and could be worth exploring.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me just quickly. Okay, what else did I say? A single character would just work just fine. I could care less about how many I see of the same character. You just said I think a single character would work just fine, but then you say I could care less about how many I see of the same character. Oh, you mean that again? You're just reemphasizing it wouldn't bother you if you saw 20 in a row of the same character. I think that's what you're saying, Corey. Okay, I don't perform though. How about 3 different character collectors? Well, that's what Mikail's saying, right? But they all have a commission.
That was the comment I was agreeing with.
Right. No, it's all bad music now. It was better back in my day. The old man. We're so close to Coffee not getting what he wants. Exactly, Dad. We're just a single character show every week. You're welcome. I don't take offense. You're welcome. Cosmo's back. Hey, what happened to the 16-hour days for OAX? What are you here, man? Go work. I'm kidding. Mikail spent just 1 minute talking about commission art and how it makes him feel like a herald of Galactus. Maybe we can do an entire show like that.
I'm spreading the good word,
Yeah. Dwayne, it's a good concept as long as the pieces differ. Well, like I said, exactly. I just want them to differ even more throughout the eras. If it's like a character like Batman who's been around for 85 years, And we had to come out to you, Alberto. I collect a mix, sometimes artist focus, sometimes character focus, or both. Yeah. we could see a few of the really nice pieces and talk in between. Coffee, we did it. Back when Glenn Miller and Benny Goodman played, was when music, oh God, was good. You guys are all nuts. All right, let's get into it for real, guys. I've got it queued up. And yeah, let's start with the first piece in tonight's show and tell. You guys asked for it. You got it. Nobody asked for the other aspect of this, which shocks me, Marcus. But you're getting that too. Check it out. Look at that. First piece on the docket. You got Galactus just like you wanted. And even though I cannot believe my eyes, Marcus, that you did not say got Manix like you always do. Of all days today when Mikail's here, I'm stunned. But yeah, talk to us. Tell us a little bit about this one, man.
Isn't it astounding?
It's I love it.
When you see it in person, it's just so much more spectacular. It's really hard to scan sometimes, even Hembex. If you scan them and then crop them and put them up, they're blown out because the scanner is showing you too much. And the thing that's compelling about these sketch cards is when you hold them and you step back and you see the preciseness of what Manix is able to accomplish on such a small scale, and his interpretation of this iconic image, but it's so very much his version. And I don't know if you heard how they did this at SDCC this year, but Manix had done a series of cover recreations.
Yes, I thought them. Yes.
They dropped them periodically during the day, and you had to go to the booth and inquire.
Is that how it was done? I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Well, hold on a second. Is that because he was drawing them like on the spot while he was there?
He was definitely finishing them.
Oh.
I think he had pre-done a part of them. Some were fully finished, and some he finished up at the show.
Oh, I see. Okay. I don't know, they're fantastic. And I the Mobius one, I mean, it's I've loved that cover since the day I first saw it advertised, when they were promoting it as it was going to be coming out soon, back in 88 or 87, whatever year it was. And so it's just so classic. And when I saw you post this, I was like, oh my God, this is, again, in its own way, a modern classic, instant classic. I loved it. What a great homage.
And it's a little bit deceptive too, right? Because I could say this is on 9x12, and you would probably be like, okay, it's on 9x12.
Oh, very much so. In fact, when you just referred to it as sketch card, I was like, oh yeah, I didn't realize what size this was.
Oh, really? You didn't know that when you picked it?
No. and the thing is that when I look at other people's Manix pieces when they post them, again, if I'm not like reading, before, like I look at it before I even read the descriptions. But of course, oftentimes, a lot of you guys don't even happen to mention what the dimensions are, and so I look at them and I'm aware that some of them are smaller, some of them are medium, some of them are larger. But I generally, as I see them posted, when I look at them, I don't know. And you can't tell, right, without the context of seeing, let's say, somebody hold it or whatever. You don't really know what size it's going to be, But yeah, either way, whatever size they are, I think they're all really, really fabulous. And it's always exciting. I think it's a lot of fun to be able to see all you guys who keep getting Manix pieces, whether they're commissions or already made illustrations, I think it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I was very, very happy to show this. And this was I was like, okay, how do I make sure I show at least some Manix and some Galactus, put some Galactus into the show? I was like, okay, I'll do the Manix Galactus piece. That's gonna work best, I think, But yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. And in all honesty, I do have to say though that I wasn't kidding earlier when I said that when I was in your Galactus. Oh wow, holy shit! So that's not even one of the sort of standard smaller pieces he does. It's literally a sketch card. Yeah.
Literally a sketch card.
Wow, that is so cool. So cool. Can I ask, or I don't know, again, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just curious, like, I'm not that, I'm a little familiar with what his art costs, but is there standard pricing for, like, let's say one size? Is it, no matter what, is it going to be, oh, at that size it costs this much, or does it also depend on the work involved?
I believe they're differentiating pricing by whether it's a cover recreation or not.
Oh, that's it?
That's one of the criteria, yeah.
Okay.
But you know, he can do. There's a variety of what a Manix sketch card can be. So
Ooh, you got
here's a less detailed, like it's not painted, fully painted.
Oh,
but
yes,
it's a Hulk.
more of a quicker sketch, black and white.
Right.
Yeah, that's cool.
So obviously, this would be very different from something like this.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Oh, Marcus is telling us 400, 800, 1500. Is that really like a kind of a standard? So like 400 would be for most of the full color sketch cards? Is that what he does? Do you think is that what he means?
I think these are prices that have like a Marcus tax on them.
Really? A Marcus tax. Okay. That's funny. The prices are on the OAX Precon commission page. Okay. Yeah, but
these are all bigger than sketch card. None of these is for a sketch card.
Those are not prices for the sketch card.
No.
None of those. Oh, I see. So 400 would be for the ones where, I don't know, it's not
6x9, I think.
Sort of 6x9 or 5x8s, the kind of like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. Okay. So 1500 would be like what? Like a full color 11x17 type piece?
Yeah, 1500 is getting into the bigger pieces.
Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you, Marcus. I felt for Manix art after seeing Mikail's pieces in person. Yeah, I can imagine there's, as we all know, right? We all say the same thing. Nothing's ever quite as awesome as when you see the art in person when it comes to original art. And in these in particular, when you see them online, they already look beautiful. The colors that he uses, they're so rich and vibrant. And it's just a scan. So I can imagine just seeing them in person, how amazing and thrilling it must be to sort of see them, and how potentially addictive it might be, or in the sense that they might make you, if you haven't gotten one, it might make you want to get one for yourself, Yeah, 8.5, yeah, but here in this part of the world, we don't use, in the UK, they do a lot of that 8.3, 8.2, 8.4. 8.5, doesn't really tell people here much. But you don't do sketch cards much now. Oh, okay. Got a sketch card from, what's that? Hold on. Who is that? I can't tell.
It's Destiny from The Endless.
Oh, is she like on, what is all that black stuff she's on top of?
Just a mountaintop.
Like a mountain? Okay.
He's just reading his book.
Okay, I wasn't sure if he's like on a pile of dead bodies or something,
No.
Yeah. No, but that's also pretty cool. I got a sketch card from Manix at OAX during the free sketch time, and it is a 1-inch tall Wolverine. Oh, that's cool. For free? He was doing them for free also? Wow. Got 2 sketch cards.
And he's such a nice guy too. That's the thing is, it's easy to support an artist who's just genuine and has such a unique voice. And his books that he does for himself, 12 and 14, those are fantastic, and I would highly
I've seen those.
recommend
Not in
those.
person.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Let's keep it going, everybody. Let's get to the second.
A surprising pick. I was surprised by that one.
How in what way? Like, how come?
I didn't think, I didn't think that I wouldn't have picked that as one of your picks.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, hopefully it made you happy anyways. Hopefully you're not too disappointed I wasted a pick on that.
No. I like I said, it's fun for me to see what
Yeah,
resonated with you.
yeah. And that's what a lot of guys say. That's what everybody pretty much has said to me is that they because I do give usually I give the option. I'm like, hey, if you want to go and pick and give me the 20 pieces, by all means, I'll have an easier time not having to waste 10 to 15 hours preparing the show, picking, selecting, whittling them down, and then making the scans, or the slides. But I think 2 or 3 times people wanted to do that. Every other time it's been me. And everybody has told me I like the spontaneity of not knowing what's coming up and then knowing, oh, what caught your eye, So good. I'm happy. But I've had people who have been disappointed, Mikail. I've had people who have been disappointed that, oh, you didn't pick this from my collection? I'm like I always say, there's too many good things. Good stuff has to be left behind because there's only, like 20 pieces. So anyway, real quick. Oh, you're back. Comic Boston. Just dropping by for a bit. Manix has unique style. He also puts in a lot to his art. That is true. And very nice person. Yes, very much so. Be nice to see Manix. If Josh will leave him alone, I'm sure he will. You'll all take turns. Don't worry. Get in line. Even as a closet Manix fan. Well, I'm not really in the closet. I mean, I don't, as you know, I don't collect commission work. But as you guys know, I mean, I leave comments on pretty much every time I see Manix stuff. I leave comments. And I love them. So I wouldn't say I'm in the closet about it. It's pretty out there that I'm a fan. Great to see Dynamite is having to do. Yes, exactly. Nikki B finally made it happen. People should learn how to make balloon animals before OAX. Yeah, give Josh some competition. Manix has demonstrated that he can pull them off, which is great for sure. I'm going to read a book on it, Marcus. How did ML start collecting original art? Stanley, we're not doing that. You came in late. Tough titties for you, Stanley, and catch it on Rewind. Get all the lowdown on Rewind, my friend. Josh has a balloon deal. So much you learn the face paint, Rewind an hour. Thank you. Exactly, Coffee. Thank you. Don't leave me hanging, guys. Back me up sometime. Asking Manix to do a commission of your favorite Hulk covers would be great. Believe me, trust me. It's one of those rabbit hole things that, believe me, Cab. Yeah, I played with that idea, so I don't want to go down any rabbit holes. Stanley is a hero. Oh my God. Okay, let us go to number 2, everyone. And for that, yes, we have this. Tell us about this one, Mikail. Here we go. Check it out. It's 2 pieces. I wanted to cheat everybody. I've done this in the past. He had 2. I remember loving the series when I read it. And I was like, you know what? There's 2. Let me cheat. And this way we get to see an extra piece of art, not just 20. So there you go. I decided to show them both side by side. There you go. The Authority. And here, go back and forth. Check it out and see what it looks that way as well. Go ahead. Tell us a little bit about these pages, Mikail.
So I earlier mentioned when I discovered torrents.
Yeah.
And Authority is one of the titles that I read in that during that phase.
Yeah.
Yep. And I loved the story. It was so different, so much its own thing, while poking fun at the things that we already knew. In fact, on the second page, I believe they in the notes and the editor notes on the side, they made some changes to make it less blatantly like the Avengers.
Oh, really?
Although I don't know how you could be less blatant about it, but yeah, I just love the story. The art shift is quite jarring when you're reading it, when you're binge reading it, basically, when you go from the Hitch to the Quietly and then the Adams. But I think it's a great fit for Quietly's style. Mm-hmm. He's spoken about Trevor Scott being a little bit too tight for his liking on the inks.
Oh, interesting.
But
Okay.
yeah, and but you know, I was thrilled to pick up these 2 pages, to get, you know, the alternative version of the Avengers, and also to get this, you know, the moment in which it's a it's coalescence of them being the anti-authority, but then also being the authority, you know, in getting the fame and the recognition and doing the talk shows.
Yeah.
Um, I yeah, again, it's very much a story-driven, um, resonance with me. The story
Right.
is what I like. The story is what I remember,
Yeah.
and you realize that there are artists who, or sorry, there are writers who do a really good job of keeping track of artists that they like. And then when a project comes along where they have the pull to get them on, they do. And the result is always very powerful. You know, Neil Gaiman had that ability as well, where he just had this Rolodex of artists that he pulled from when he was doing Sandman. You know, he basically had his wish list of who can I get that
Right.
I respect and admire. Um, and so I think it was the same thing with the Authority. And yeah, it's a favorite story of mine. I was so thrilled, um, when James Gunn said that it was something that he was going to be undertaking for the DC Cinematic Universe.
I did not hear that.
Yeah, Authority's like on the short list of, you know,
Really?
projects waiting
Wow.
to be adapted. So that'll be interesting.
Very much so.
Um,
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
yeah.
Wow. Hey, tell me though, because you know you've mentioned a couple of times already that you're very much story driven, a story driven collector, right? Um, have you do you ever, how do I say this? So when you read something and you really liked it, the story, but in your head you thought, you know, artistically, like maybe you didn't hate it, but whatever, you know, not nothing special, like it didn't really do much for you. Do you have you still bought art from stories like that? Or do both elements have to be something that are to your liking?
I wouldn't buy a page that I actively disliked or
Okay.
felt there were flaws on. But at the same time, I think your love of story can act as a,
It makes you like the art better than it really is. Like it makes you think it's
you
better
can
than it is.
provide arguments for liking the art more than maybe you should.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
that's true. That is true. Oh no, I've so there's plenty of things that over my life where like when I just flipped through it, let's say at the comic shop, and I was like not impressed by the art, but later decided, you know what, everybody's telling me it's a great read. Let me read it. And then when I read it, as I read it, I thought, you know what, the art's better than I thought it was when I first just flipped through it. And so sometimes it's again, when you the more you like the story, the more I guess you're willing to, I don't know.
yeah, or maybe you just open your mind up a little bit
Yeah,
to something that instinctively didn't strike you.
yeah, 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 exactly. Watching it, that's what I heard. I heard that he's gonna do. I heard something about Creature Commandos on television or movie or something. Time to reread this run. Been a long time. It has been for me too. Rip GI Robot. But anyways, okay, excellent. Very good. Let us keep it rolling, guys, and go to the next piece. And oh man, if that first one surprised you, Vince is not only going to surprise you, this next one's going to surprise everybody. I think this is one of those. What the hell would you waste one of the 20 pieces on that for? Well, you can ask me later, but first let's see what Mikail has to say about this. All right, check it out.
I wouldn't say any piece. I would hope that no piece in my collection is anything I would consider a waste of a pick.
Right.
And this is a piece that purely spoke to me on an image level. And I reached out, you know, it wasn't done for me. It wasn't a commission. It was,
Oh, an already done illustration?
it was an already done illustration. I believe Casey Parsons did it for, um, maybe it might have been a Hero Initiative situation. But
Okay.
yeah, I saw it. I really liked it, and it was for Be Our Heroes Canada. So one of your
Our
peeps.
Canada. Like I don't even I remember, yeah, I remember reading that in your description actually. But I remember thinking I don't know what that is.
Yeah, so it was some charity driven cause.
Like a charity thing. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. But yeah, I loved it. I was like, you know what? Like, God, for just some sort of illustration that somebody did, for some charity thing or for, whatever reason it would have been done. I love the lighting. I especially loved the green hues. And I really, really loved the texture. If you guys, again, this is one of those ones, everybody, you should check it out on in the gallery, in Mikail's gallery, and look at the texture of the green. Mikail, I don't think it was. I'm pretty sure it wasn't listed. But do you know offhand what the media is? I felt like it looks mixed, first of all, and the green in particular, it looks like it was either pastel or like a Conte crayon, perhaps. I couldn't tell from the scan.
Yeah, Casey works mixed, but he works really fast, and he does use acrylics a lot. So it
Okay.
could be acrylic based with some crayon overlay.
Okay.
Um, and I think you also have to be. I know you're a Hulk. You used to be you were very fond of the Hulk. You used to have a lot of
Yeah.
the Hulk art,
Yeah.
and I think you have to be a Hulk guy to tune in and see a piece like this, and to have the quiet moment here resonate with you, because Hulk does find himself in this situation so many times where he's ostracized and alone, and I think this piece kind of speaks to that as well.
Yes, very
In
much.
addition to just the way it's rendered and executed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And I don't know if you looked at the Starlin Hulk piece in my gallery, but it has a similar vibe to this one, where with Hulk very much being alone.
Oh yeah, the
Um,
Starlin one. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. You're right what you say. Because I used to be such a big fan. I mean, I still love the character. But that believe it or not, that's when I used to read those Hulk comics, especially as a sort of younger, like as a 12, 13, 14, 15 year old. That was the one of the aspects of the character that I really loved the most. I would feel bad for him every time he was sort of looking forlorn and sad. Um, but I love those moments. It's funny because I love the character, so I don't want you to be sad and because he's kind of like this big giant kid.
mhm.
Um, and so you don't want him to always be that way. But I guess because I've always said I like stories that make me feel something. Whether it's any media, comics, reading, movies, whatever. And yeah, so I could always feel. I always felt like I could feel what the Hulk was feeling in those types of moments. So whenever he's like that and portrayed that way, I really like it. You
Yeah,
know.
and the TV show really leaned into that
Oh
aspect of
God.
his.
Oh, that was
I
where
mean,
I
the
picked up
theme the theme song is
my
literally named the lonely man. That's the
Yes,
name of the song.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, well said. That's right. Thank you for dropping that knowledge. That's right. So yeah, exactly. Thanks for bringing it up because that is where I picked up my love of the characters from the live action TV show. So yeah. So that's why I picked it. I also again it's not just as simple as, oh well, I like the Hulk, so I'll pick a Hulk piece. But I'm also thinking in terms of, oh, okay, well, you've got a lot of published art, but you also collect commissions, you buy illustrations that are already made. And so part of it was, okay, it's a way to get a illustration or slash commission unpublished for those people that are into that more than into published art. So that there's always a wide variety of reasons why I pick most pieces.
Yeah,
It's
and
not,
then there's something to be said at the end of the day for versus a commission. This is a piece that's done. I know I like it. I've seen it finished.
yeah,
It makes it easier to go
absolutely.
after it.
Exactly. Okay, excellent. Thank you, everybody. And Hulk need brand. Yeah, let's go on to the next piece. And for that, we have this one. You're stunned.
Anand, no, I'm not. I had a feeling that one of these pages would
Really?
make it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
So Anand Radhakrishnan is an artist who has, he's an Indian artist, which is something that's something I appreciate. I discovered him through Cam at Inky Knuckles. He showed him very early on in the pandemic. I remember he was on the show inking or talking about pages from Graffiti's Wall.
Yeah.
And then when this book came out, following that, I was just so taken by his technique that I purchased a complete chapter from the book. And
that's
the pages
why...
are really small.
Oh, really? Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
I think they may be 1-to-1 almost.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That's an interesting way to
but
work.
He's got a great flair for all different textures, for alternating between fine line versus more of a wash look.
Yes.
And the paper with this particular book, the paper itself is very flimsy.
Oh, really? It's like a thinner paper stock then, right?
Correct. It's a very thin paper. I could see it really absorbing a lot of ink. It's not Bristol.
Interesting. Yeah,
I think that's starting to change now with him. But
really?
Then, following this, I have a painted commission from him, which shows a completely different level of understanding from Anand on color theory and paint work. So he's a very versatile artist, and I love seeing the work that he produces.
Yeah, you can see just from this page and the way he produced some of these pages. That was one of the adjectives that came to mind. I was like, he looks like he's pretty versatile, and I'd be interested to see what other things he does going forward, because I think he's one of those guys who probably likes to experiment with different techniques and styles, He did a
painted piece for Khalil that's really striking. Just a pastiche of color blocking that makes an image. It's really wonderful.
I must have seen it. Did he post it?
Yes, he recently too, in the last week or two.
And what was it? What was it of?
It was Danny Moonstar.
Oh yes. Okay, yes, that's right. Oh yeah, that was great. Exactly. Yeah, it was like last week or a couple of weeks ago or something. That's right. That was fantastic. Exactly. Yeah, it's funny enough. I haven't read this book, but when Kavi was on my show, Kavi, you can, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was when you did the comic art hangout episode with me, although that may have been a little bit further back. But you were on, and we did show a little bit of your art, so it probably was that episode. And we did show Radhakrishnan's art, at least one example, because I remember you saying, you said the title, and I was like, oh, is that supposed to be a play on gravity? The word gravity? And then you said, or graffiti. I'm like, oh, so it could be graffiti or graffiti's wall. And so to this day, I'm still not even sure. I've never spoken to Ram, so I don't know. But ever since then, I really, really liked his artwork, and it's cool. I was like,
it's the same with me. I think I call it graffiti's wall in my head. And I
Right.
believe I've heard it referred to as graffiti as well. So
Yeah.
now I just avoid saying it if at all
Yeah.
possible.
That's it. We got to find out, man. We got to find out. Got to speak to Rom and figure out what he intended it to be. But yeah, very, very nice. And I'm happy to show that, especially because, again, one of the reasons I wanted to pick that, other than I really liked it, is because I like to show things that most of the audience typically wouldn't look at, and just to sort of help broaden their horizons and get them to see other types of styles and techniques and just artists in general that don't do Marvel and DC, for the most part. So I hope you guys like that. Because I think it's fabulous. And we got Rained in Atmosphere, says Marcus. Yeah, it's beautiful. I think you got the memo to stop using printer paper. He was using, actual printer paper was what he was using?
I mean, not printer paper, but
Similar?
almost as bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Got kind of a big numbers bar.
If anything, it's flimsier than printer paper.
Yeah. More multifaceted than most modern guys. I would think so, for sure. For sure.
Very versatile. Very versatile.
Yeah. I'm waiting on a commission from. Oh, look at that! Look at that! So Jason is waiting on a commission from him. Cool. He communicates. Oh, his communication's not so good, huh? Semi-frequently. So, you're thinking that's okay as long as it's semi-frequently. You're good with that. Okay.
I waited a while. I think this was like a 3-year plus commission. So.
Oh. Okay. Any Trad more tonight? Stick around, Stanley. I know you will, and you'll see, or maybe not. We'll see. Blue and green and I never know how to say it now. I always usually say gravity, but graffiti. But Wall were both great collabs between them. Yeah. I didn't read either. I should. I intended to. It's one of those things. I never get around to it. I like when you introduce a new artist to the channel in your picks. Oh, thank you, Peter. Yeah, that's kind of the point, So new to most of the audience, right? Well, that's what I hope. It's nice to try to introduce people, especially if I like them, to new artists, or newer artists. Hey, Matt, what's up, buddy? Math paper sketches, apparently so. Yeah, on the back of his old high school test scores, probably. But
that's literally what it reminds me of. Is in the subcontinent, the kind of paper that we had for school texts. That's what it reminds me of. It.
Okay, but you say
I'm surprised that Matt picked that up.
But you have firsthand account that it's factual. He's maybe starting to use Bristol board, or you've heard through the grapevine.
Yes, yeah, I think he's. And the painting that I got, my commission was on Bristol or on watercolor board. So
okay, good. All right, let's keep it rolling, everyone. We'll go from that one to this one. Okay, check this one out. We're still staying away from the mainstream stuff. Check it out. Deadly Class cover by Jeff Dekal or Dekal. I'm not really sure how he says it, but I picked this one just so you know, Mikail. I picked this one for more than one reason, as usual. I picked it because I know that you loved Deadly Class. That's number one. I also picked it because, it's beautiful. That's number two. But I also picked it because I've always had a thing for chicks with kick-ass hairdos who also have really kick-ass sleeve tattoos, full sleeve tattoos. So I figured it hits on a lot of bases. I was like, I got to show this. So let's show this piece. But you tell us what you like about it. Other than, yes, we know you're story-driven, obviously.
So wait, Vivian's sleeve tattoo is almost finished?
It is not. I don't want to push her into anything,
But, okay, so it's not a, you better get a sleeve tattoo, otherwise I'm out of here.
Listen, she has a few tattoos, but I don't see her as the type to ever get a whole sleeve. So yeah, that's, it would be
But she's
cool.
got the cool hair, so she's halfway
Thank you,
there.
thank you. And I'll tell her because she's probably in bed by now. But I'll let her know you said that. Yeah.
So, again, I had a sense that you might pick this because I was looking at it recently and I was
Oh.
going through the comments. And, your comment in particular on this is, full of praise for
Oh.
Jeff and his
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
And it's it's a super interesting story in that so Annabelle used to rep Jeff Dekal, and this was a commission that he did for someone else. And then during this arc of Deadly Class, towards the end, they had the idea where Wes would do one cover, and they picked existing commissions to be variant covers.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I
that was an
remember you wrote
interesting,
about that in your
right.
description. Yeah.
And so I had contacted Cadence about buying a complete issue of Deadly Class, and we settled on this one. And there was a snafu in the art getting to the US. It was lost. It was in limbo, postal limbo for about a year, where nobody
I,
knew what was happening with it.
oh my God, that long? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and
Wow.
but the amazing coincidence is that during that time, the person who had originally commissioned this consigned it to Annabelle to sell, and she offered it to me, and I was immediately, immediately, A, it's an amazing cover, it's a beautiful image, but B, that she would offer me the variant to the complete issue that I had bought was astounding. So it
Yeah.
was really a perfect place, perfect piece, perfect time situation. And I was thrilled to get it. It's even more arresting in person. Um, I think Jeff's, the way he works and the way he carves out figures in black and white is really astounding. And this is a great example. And so I'm really, really thrilled to have it. And
Yeah, you
aside from
should.
the fact that it complements the full issue.
Yeah, it's yeah, just fabulous. I love the peaceful serenity of, she's obviously a deadly woman, as you can tell with the sword she's holding with the blood dripping off it, unfortunately not on the original, but yeah, and just, it's like she looks like a pretty young woman who, if she wasn't holding the weapon, you wouldn't think anything other than, she's a cute hot chick
Going to
with,
the club or something, yeah.
going to the club, whatever. She, yeah, that's it. And then, and just that little touch, hold the bloody sword, and suddenly, oh, she's a femme fatale. So
And
yeah,
and she benefits from things like Elektra and Kill Bill, where that is in your head and automatically just translates into this image really well.
yeah,
Especially on the in this case the colored image with the blood really does
right,
add a whole nother element.
yeah. Interesting. Did you see the hi Lee, by the way? Did you see Lee's comment? I like it much better without the blood. It's amazing how certain people will see things in a certain way, right? Not the same way. In my opinion, I feel like I would have liked it with the blood. But having said that, I like them. I can't choose which is a favorite. I think I like them both ways.
Yeah,
One with,
I wouldn't say that I have a favorite. I'm just saying the blood tells a part of the story
yeah,
that isn't there in the
right,
other version.
right, exactly. Lee says he likes it because it's more reflective, less violent. Well, that's the thing, right? That's a question of taste. Some people prefer I like that it shows that she's a badass if it's more violent, so to speak, you know?
And the other interesting thing about it is that this cover, the B cover, shows Saya in her full power. The A cover shows her at her absolute low point. You know, she's in an alley, completely destroyed by the drugs. So it's a very nice pairing.
Okay. You'd use a red mat to frame it to represent both. I know you would, and it would look great. I think it would look great. All right, let's keep it going, everybody. Wow, yeah. So yeah, great piece, Mikail. Yeah, really, really, really like that one. And again,
we should spend an hour and diverge into talking about framing and how you really need to expand your worldview on framing and colors.
Let's not. Maybe you can come back on another show.
That can be a round table. That can be another round table.
Yeah, right. With the round table, whose entire express purpose is for as many people who want to jump in would just shit on me and my worldview of how to frame and present stuff. How about that? And you guys can get all your feelings towards me out on me live on camera. I'd be okay with that. It'd be fun. But not tonight, everybody. We got to keep it moving. And look at that. Oh, you guys are going to love that. I know you're going to love me. If you don't love me right now, in the next couple of seconds, you're going to love me. Some of you, anyways. Controversy.
Is it my James Hadley Chase cover?
No. I know you will, Matt. I know you will, by the way. Don't get me too moving on this framer. Framing show would be a square table. Yeah, it's 2 hours on framing. Yeah. People do like to talk about that kind of stuff. We still love you. Thank you. You'll love me more now, I think. Check this one out, everybody. Great illustration. Regardless of what it's about, I just picked it because of the high level illustration here. Check it out.
Redeeming your reputation and showing great art in one fell blow.
Now tell me this though, Mikail. Is this one also surprising you that I picked it?
No, I think it's a great representation of a certain style of art.
Yeah.
Of an artist going that extra mile to accomplish something. If anything, my beef with you is in how this frame is displaying. Because it's getting a bit muddy there where the two images kind of join up, But you wanted to show the detail in the staircase.
But I really did want to try to, because it's so tiny. So sorry. But you guys know that's just a close-up there on the, right-hand side, whatever. I just wanted you guys to see. But again, like I said before, everybody, please, please, please click the link to Mikail's gallery below and check it out. If you haven't seen this in his gallery already, please do that. Thank you, Tom. You're so nice. Thank you. But please do that. Seriously, in all seriousness. You have to see this, at full size. You got to. So please go and do that. Sorry, Mikail. Go and take the floor again, please.
No, not at all. This was Marco Ferrari is represented by Cam and Inky Knuckles. And 2 years in a row at Heroes, I had a commission set up that I picked up. And this year, this was the second year, and when I saw Cam earlier in the day, he said, Marco has delivered an absolutely insane piece, but it's not quite what you would traditionally expect.
Okay.
Which I think is very fair and true. And
hey, Alex.
I'm an architect junkie. I love architecture. I had strongly considered it as a career at one point. Yes.
Wow. Oh, cool.
And but when I saw this, and it's a tough sell. It's like the Daniel Warren Johnson commission that I have of Vader and Luke fighting. somebody might look at this and be like, you know what, I'm getting like the back of a protagonist and a bunch of lines.
Yeah.
But I mean, Marco, I'm such a fan of Marco's work and the execution, the atmosphere that he's able to create. This piece speaks so well to that. And he really shines on anything that melds organic with technology or straight lines, And I mean, just look at the work that must have gone into this piece.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I love how he left, you know, like how he's done that the different tones of the undercoat um, of Decker's, trench, the doves, flying. You can just hear the Vangelis playing. It's just absolutely astounding.
Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
it really is. And I'm not just saying it. If you haven't seen it in Mikhail's gallery, I'm not just saying it to try to be nice to the collector. I swear to God, if you care about illustration, and looking at technique, I mean, you can tell that this is going to be glorious just by even at this little size, but you can't truly appreciate it in its all its glory until you see it at full size. So please go and check it out there, man, because yeah, it's just, man, it's so awesome. Yeah, so yeah, man,
yes, pigeons.
are they pigeons? Is that what they, not doves, right? Yeah. Does this make you a Blade Runner fan? Marcus asks. You must be asking me. And I'm a fan of Blade Runner illustrations by Marco Ferrari. I can definitely tell you that. I mean, especially particular ones like the ones that can be found in Mikhail's gallery. Oh, whew. Yeah, those are amazing for sure. So yeah, no, amazing. So very happy to show that, and hopefully there's it's like a surprise to some of you. Hopefully some of you hadn't seen that posted before in the gallery. So that would be cool if it's your first time seeing it. Ruben is sucking up. Yeah. Says you. This is ridiculously good, says Eric. The perspective, the detail, the flow. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, for sure, man.
It's the kind of piece that's really outside of what you see in a traditional commission, right?
Yeah,
The opposite of the full figure hero shot.
right. Yeah, it's about everything but the main sort of hero,
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, amazing. A lot to like in that piece, for sure, Peter, for sure. When does the bidding start? See, big fan in Marcus, for sure. Yeah, and Peter congratulating you. There you go. All right, we'll keep it rolling, everybody. The greatness continues. Okay, so now we're going to jump into some mainstream for you guys. Tom, I want to make you happy, Tom. Not Katzalowski, Tom. Not McDonald. Thomas Derrick. Mr. Number One Marvel fan. Here you go. This one was for you, Tom. Here we go. Check it out. I love the art, though, myself. So it's not just for you, Tom. But yeah. It's a bit nostalgic for me, but also love the artists involved. Yeah. Deathlok, number 6 cover by Cowan and Ken Williams. What a bizarre match, because we all know Ken Williams now primarily as being this great painter, but early on he was doing some inking jobs, and wow, it's just so organic, and love the inks over Cowan on this. What a great team up I thought it was. So yeah, love it.
I love this title, on a nostalgia level, like with Starman. I got this from issue 1. I thought the story was so prescient of the times, and the early internet, and Michael Collins's struggles as a black person were being reflected in many parts of the story. So this was this was for my first time bidding on Comic Link, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And it was very exciting. It was very thrilling the way I think the bidding went down. I think I even wrote that in my description of the piece. But I love the series. I was thrilled to see a page come up. I had an interior page before this, I believe,
Yeah.
but
You mean had or have?
I had before I bought this, and I
Okay.
subsequently have acquired more.
Okay.
Um, Nick Catratis has a lot of this art as
Oh, I
well.
see. Okay.
But yeah, I love the title. Dennis was one of the first artists that I got a commission from when I started getting seriously into comic art.
Oh,
I think
cool.
he was with Gilles. What's the name of that group? Anyways, I reached out and I got a Deathlok with the question commission.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
But yeah, I mean, it's just it's very in your face. It's very visceral. It's the two characters are reflecting their different philosophies on fighting crime in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. And it's cool. What I like about it for you is that again, you're a story-driven guy. I like the fact that you not only love the image, because I read the series up to a certain point. I forget where I stopped, but I don't really.
This particular run.
Yeah, this run, yeah. And I was reading it because I love the characters, but I remember not sort of, not disliking it, but not necessarily liking it. But I have to admit, at the time, this was the peak of my reading / collecting new books. I was reading so many books a month. I was like 80 books. I was peaking at 80 books a month. That it was so much to get through in any given week that I often found myself, I just forced myself, even if I wasn't in the mood, in order to not.
Yeah, you've got 80 books to get through every month. Yeah, it's a lot.
Exactly. So I would force myself, and that ultimately ended up making me just, I would be reading so fast just to get through the stuff that I really wasn't, reading for the right reasons. And so ultimately didn't enjoy a lot of what I was reading. You know what I mean? So I don't really know to this day. I'll never know now, if I was sort of neutral on it because I personally found it neutral, or did a lot of it had to do with I just was blasting through it at such a fast pace that I couldn't tell if it was good.
You didn't have the bandwidth to slow down and enjoy it.
Exactly.
And kind of absorb it.
Exactly.
I thought with this series, they did a really good job of it as a relaunch because you needed no backstory. You didn't need to know anything about prior Deathloks. I didn't for many years. For many years, this Deathlok, Michael Collins, was the first and only Deathlok.
Right.
So you could pick up the books. There were no crossovers or anything. Just this was the book, and it made sense, and you could understand it, and there were very compelling stories. Dealing with technology, which is something I'm very interested in, and so the way they were imagining the internet and the future, and I really enjoyed that aspect of it too.
Yeah, that's cool. How long do you remember how long the series lasted? Like how many issues approximately? Is it going to was it like 40 something?
And I think the teams changed.
Sure.
I probably only read it through the first 16 or 20, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, year and a half maybe ish.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Either way, yeah, love Cowan. Like I said, on this particular cover, I love that it's Kent Williams who inked it. And I love the just organic inking, the way he just splashed those lines down on him and brought something just really, really special out of Dennis's on pencils. So, and it's a very memorable cover, of course, because back in at that time, it evoked all that. That was the era of, my God, the Punisher, Spidey, Wolverine. Who am I missing? Spidey, Punisher, Wolverine. One other one.
Was the Punisher at the time? They did that insane Jigsaw story where he becomes a black man.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like you look at
I
thinking back.
enjoyed it though. I read it. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, at the time, just but I'm just saying because now and in this day and age, you think about it, you're like, what the hell were you guys thinking? It's so bizarre, what an idea to do. But yeah, it was fun times, it was fun times for sure. But yeah, it evoked all the fact that, oh my gosh, all those main hot characters kept crossing over into everybody's title. Yeah, was it? I guess it was those 3 Art Adams issues of Fantastic Four. Those characters: Ghost Rider, Wolverine, Spider-Man. Oh,
Hulk
okay,
and Spider-Man. Yeah.
yeah, Hulk, yeah, and then Punisher, yeah. They were like in everybody's comics, So yeah.
I mean, New York City must have been wild in those days, right?
I would think so. But yeah, really, really cool stuff. Oh, sorry. Ooh, hold on. When it hit, Wizard caused everyone to hunt Astonishing Tale. Oh, well, sure. Yeah. Get the old Deathlok appearances or whatever, But I also want to give a quick shout out. I don't even know if I ever ended up reading it. I bought them. Don't know if I ever read them, but I love the art. In the 3-issue Deathlok Prestige format series with painted covers, and Butch Geist did the interior art. I still am a big Butch Geist. Did you ever read that? Do you know what do you even know what I'm talking?
Nope. The only other Deathlok I read is I just recently read the Perkins run.
Oh, you just
yeah. Because I never had access to it. It had never crossed my path.
Oh, interesting.
And then Jason Hussa has been posting some posted some really nice pieces from that. So then I went back and read it.
Oh, okay. Because I have not. I'm out of town the last couple of days. Just got back today, so I haven't had time to see the last 2 days. So is it in the last 2 days that he's posted some of the Deathlok stuff?
No. This is.
Oh, that was way
back. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about that one page. Oh my God, yeah, he and I talked about this page for like 2 hours. Yeah. Just stunning with the what do you call it? Like in New York, the fire escape. All the metal railing at the back of the building, and he's got one of those pages, and oh God, it's just fantastic. By the way, I got to ask you before we go into the next piece, what did you think, in all honesty, about that series? Because I got to say, when Mike told me he was doing Deathlok, I was like, oh, cool. But then when I saw that it wasn't the real Deathlok, I was upset, being an old school kind of guy. And because of that, I refused to read the series, even though Mike was drawing it. I refused to read it. But then several years later, I finally said, okay, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, poor Mike, let me read Mike's Deathlok. And I got to tell you, I was so surprised. I really enjoyed it. Not only did I enjoy it, when I got to the end, I was like, obviously,
it felt cut short, right?
Yeah, it was like I wanted it to continue. I was like, oh my God, I wish you would have continued. I want to know what's going to keep happening. I really was entertained by it. I was like, oh man, that sucks. That really sucks.
Yeah, I felt like the ending was very abrupt and it didn't satisfy what I was looking for.
Yeah, but up until the end, did you enjoy it? Did you find it an enjoyable?
Yeah, read? I did enjoy it. Yeah. And I think when you're a fan of Mike's work, it's really fun to dissect it as you read it and just to appreciate what he's doing and also how he's evolved even since that point.
Oh, sure, absolutely, yeah. All right, cool. Very good. Thank you, everyone. We will keep it rolling here because obviously, I can't help it.
The Kent Williams inks, the way he's kind of, that painterly element comes through in the way he's put the ink down. It's really cool.
Yes. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. It's hard to sort of describe, but yes, you can tell, or at least I could tell. It looks like these are the kind of inks done by someone who paints, It's like, man, yeah, it's so special. I remember when that cover came out, and already being a fan of Dennis's work, but seeing, I was like, oh, who inked? I could tell it was not one of his regular inkers, and I'm like, ooh, I'm looking for the signature. I'm like, who inked this? This is so nice. I'm like, no, Kent Williams, what?
And Comic Link had misattributed it, by the way,
Oh yeah.
to who was it? But yeah, it was another Williams. It wasn't
Oh,
attributed to Kent
interesting.
in the
Oh, but
during the
is it
auction.
possible they put Scott Williams or something?
Not Scott. It was
No.
someone else.
Okay.
And that the red that they used in the published version was a really nice fit too, I thought.
Yeah. And I'm always one to admit, give credit where it's due. We on my channel, we've often talked about how we always shit on the coloring in comics, but I this is one of those times where I'm like, oh, that's perfect. The background, yeah, it works really great with it.
And there's minimal coloring on the characters themselves, just like some,
yes,
like relatively speaking.
Relatively speaking,
the red has the punch, and then just a few colors on the characters.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, Gil? Thanks again, as always, for the OA content. Oh yeah, you're very welcome. Of course, my pleasure. It's fun. Hey, you guys keep making it fun. It's the fact that you guys show up here and you want to talk to me and you let me talk to you. That's what makes it fun. So I appreciate that, man. Thanks for popping in tonight. Was it Paul Williams, David Williams? And that's it, David. What a way to confuse it, though. David Williams? Okay. That's interesting. Robbie Williams. Billy D. Williams. All right. Serena, all right. Let's go to the next piece, everybody. Let me see what we got queued up for the next one. Oh, yes. Okay. We go from Deathlok and Punisher to this. Very recent Daniel Warren Johnson, very, very popular man of the last couple of years. And I you know what interested me about this, Mikail, is that I wasn't sure about where you stood on Transformers, but then when I noticed that you had the page from #1, and I started thinking, oh, interesting. I think Mikail is not a guy who grew up with Transformers, but appreciates, of course, DWJ and wanted an example of it for kind of just that reason. Would I be on the right track there?
No, I did grow up with Transformers.
You did? Okay, but as a lover, as a lover of it,
as it's in my DNA.
Oh wow! Okay,
I was the target for the cartoon. I mean, after school, 4 p.m.
Oh yeah, sure.
Sure. That was what we were watching, and it's as a primal love of a toy as you can have. My parents, especially, were for the most part, we were like not allowed guns or toys with guns.
Oh,
so Transformers kind of was able to cross that line. Like, so that was like a no for G.I. Joe, straight war. But Transformers were okay. And so I remember I remember dying to have an Optimus Prime, G1 toy. And I distinctly remember my parents being like, well, $20, buys a tank of gas, it's too expensive. And, just that element of it. So, but we grew up with the cartoon. I loved the characters. I loved Daniel's passion for this project when it was announced, like just clearly how much he was into it. I coincidentally, along with Marcus, got a commission of Optimus Prime at the NYCC from Daniel before this was announced.
Okay.
And so I was just, it was a great story, like the story of how this collaboration came to be was great. Yeah. So I was very keen on it. I remember going to my LCS in San Diego and overhearing two older readers talking about Daniel being chosen to take over the reins for Transformers, and they were a little bit dismissive about it. And I felt compelled to interject and tell them that he is a fan and he's going to do something really fun and great with this series.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Mikail.
And
So let me interrupt. I apologize. I just because I didn't catch that. Who did you say was dismissive of it?
these two older people at the LCS on
Oh,
New
I see.
Comic Book Day.
Okay, okay. Yeah, well, it turned out for the best apparently. So, you
Yeah,
know.
so I was following it, with great interest, and then I wanted a page from issue one, which I had read. Felix dropped these pretty. I believe it was only like a couple of days after it was released. So I remember I actually had to download the issue to read it.
Oh yeah.
And this was one of the top pages that I wanted because it has a transformation on it. But you also get, some Starscream, you get Optimus. So yeah, I was really happy to get it. I and this is like a recent Felix drop, which they've become so competitive. So
Yeah.
I quite literally I unplugged my computer and I moved it to where my router is, and I just plugged it directly into the router, just to ensure that I would have
The
the
best
most
possible opportunity, right?
optimal chance of getting the page that I wanted. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to do what you got to do, man. Yeah. Well, it's awesome. I mean, not only did
Thank you. Yeah.
you landed one, and you landed a great one. Was it the one and only that you went for?
No, I think I put in 4 requests.
Okay, but was it the first one you went for?
No. The
Wow.
first one I wanted was the piece that Marcus got, which was the Cliff Chang variant cover, which I thought was just
Oh,
phenomenal. And then
okay.
this was, I think, the second one that I put in.
Okay. Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome that with the speed that all these things sell at on his drops. It's pretty amazing that it wasn't even your first attempt and that nobody else scooped you on this one.
I got the notification very late in the evening too that I'd gotten it.
Oh, and the Cox site glitched. It glitched? You mean when the drop happened, it glitched? Is that what you're trying to say, Marcus? And Lee's asking. So, did you stay in the San Diego area?
And I moved back to Boston last month.
I think he's asking like back then in the past. Maybe is that what you meant? I guess he thinks.
Well, I was living in San Diego at the time,
Oh yeah.
from 2020 to 22.
You got to give credit to Felix. He knows how to hype his art. Certainly does. His art drops and get the best prices for his artists. If it's painful for us collectors, he does great. Yes. Well, everybody knows that for sure. ML has an in with Felix. Oh, don't start rumors now, Stanley. You're gonna make it look like Felix is doing favors on the side when he always publicly claims he doesn't do that for anybody. So don't start rumors. Oops. Let me see. Yes. What's the S for? Marcus wins again. No, I meant this. Oh, this. Oh, he means this recent move. Oh, I see. Newton Burbs now. Okay. You didn't know if the request went through because of the site glitching. Oh, I see. Really? Okay. Interesting. He's in Boston. That's why I think we still see things in the background, not quite ready to go. What neighborhood?
Lots and lots of unhung art.
Yes. Cool. All right. Let's get on the go again, everybody. And from there, we're going to jump to mainstream and Marvel. And yeah, I love so many things about this piece. I won't say anything. I'll let you just talk about it, Mikail. Here, check it out.
I write in the description, I believe, that this is the piece I feel luckiest to own.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just kind of fell into my lap. And how many painted Frank Quiteleys do you see out there?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, right when I first noticed it, I was like, oh my God. First of all, it goes back a ways and it's in color. I'm like, to be honest, to sort of answer your not really a question, more of your comment, Mikail. I don't know if I've seen another one. I've forgotten about it. That's how rare they are. I don't remember any other one. Maybe there are out there, but I don't remember one.
They're out there.
Yeah.
There's Chuck Arnold has one.
Okay.
He did a very nice painted piece as a promo piece for Forbidden Planet that I'm pretty sure you would have seen. You might recognize it when you see it.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, in general, it's not something you see a lot of for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's so this was one of two pieces that I bought from Joseph when we met in Boston Comic Con in 2018.
Yeah, nice.
And I was just struck by it. There's so many interesting choices in this painting. The way his Daredevil's foot just disappears. The Elektra figure is just so captivating. The interplay between the two of them, which I think is very much the point of the pinup, is spot on.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting piece because I had some stickers made up of this piece that I use, in my shipping and things.
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
and so often they'll be turned upside down because you look at the figures and the background kind of melts away sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But it could also be from an upside down perspective, and you're looking at, with Elektra top, is the right way up. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
it's very different from the way Quietly would pencil a piece, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And again, well, I think they're closer to you, Alberto, than and I think that's very much meant to be. Like he's portrayed Elektra as delicate and the foil to the power of Daredevil. But I also just love the clothes on the clothesline and the poster in the window, all these little details that he's incorporated.
yeah.
If everything's uniform, it gives you that feel for those project developments that you see so often in New York, where
Yeah.
all the buildings are the same.
Yeah, very reminiscent of that. Yeah. Yeah, I love the sort of skewed perspective of how the buildings were done, especially.
Mm-hmm.
That's what stood out to me,
A little bit of a
Yeah,
Dutch angle on those, yeah.
yeah, really, really great. And I think that not only do I like the colors, I mean the hues for the reds on their costumes is I think it's perfect. I love the colors of the building. That was a very nice choice. It reminds me of a lot of European album coloring for anybody who's seen like a lot of European artwork. And even the night sky I thought was nicely done and obviously butchered for print. As you guys can see, that's the print is the one on the right. Oh, and I guess I can show you just for those of you who are curious, who may never have seen or heard of this book, Marvel Portraits of the Universe, a comic book. I showed you. This is what it looks like when you open. It's like a double page spread with the information on the right. Here it is. And no, it's not crooked. They just kind of
they straightened it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so old. It has Vincent on it. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's what's really cool. It's like, oh my gosh, they're using his real name there. Yeah, that's pretty neat. So, yeah, but I think this is a fabulous piece, and I imagine, given how young you were, in your collecting at the time, you probably, when you saw this, you probably thought it was beautiful, but you probably didn't remember seeing it inside that comic.
I'd never seen the published version.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought. Yeah, and at the time, I gotta know, like, you're brand new, you're just sort of starting out in this, and you're seeing this piece. It's obviously capturing your attention. You're loving it. Did you just sort of wholeheartedly just, I love it, so I'm sure I'll buy it? You didn't care to know whether it was definitely published in some comic? Like it, you just loved it for the art's sake? Because at the time, obviously, there's no, this has nothing to do with a story, and you are a story-driven guy, right? This is one of your first sort of purchases. You were just, I guess, so caught up in the aesthetic of it, and that's it. And like, yeah, I love it, and I can afford it. I'm buying it. Was it pretty much like that?
Um, a little bit, but not entirely, because I bought two pieces from them at the time. So the
Okay.
other one is the published cover to Batman and Robin 16, like the last cover that Vin did for that series. So I approached it like a set and a package deal kind of,
Okay.
and I made an offer accordingly.
Okay. Oh, you made an offer.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was quoted a price, and I said, "How about
Oh, yeah, yeah. You counter
this
offer,
for both of them?" And
countered on the pricing. Yeah,
uh,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Oh, that's fantastic, man. That's fantastic. Well, it worked out. Um,
yeah, it's.
back.
I mean, that's a piece that's framed where I can see it, and I look at it all the time.
Oh, that's
And
one of
to
your
answer
frames.
the questions in the yeah, to answer the questions in the chat, it's got like
Oh,
a
man.
gold mat with a red and gold speckled frame. So just how Ruben would do it.
No, no, no. Hey, you guys always blame me for that, but
For
I
color
have.
pieces, you allow color. Yes, I
Yes,
understand.
thank you, Mikhail. You can't shit on me as much as the rest of these guys like to. Yes, color's different. Color's different than black and white. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece. Um, Let me see. Okay, you guys are having a side convo about school. Fascinating piece from the War Man, of course. Very, very different from your war art for sure, Peter. All right, you're schooling and you're schooling. Okay, excellent. Let us keep it rolling. Go to the next one. Oh, yeah, have to show this. Again, everybody, please, if you haven't seen this coming one up close in Mikhail's gallery, please hit the link below. That's why I put them there. You don't have to look for his gallery. Just hit the link below. You got to see this up close. Check it out.
Oh, I mean,
I had to,
yeah,
Mikhail.
this image on your screen, it's almost an affront to this
Yeah,
piece.
good word. I love that.
Um, Jeremy Bastian, I'm in complete awe of his work, of the way he works. I was on a Zoom the other day speaking about how I've been waiting, 4 years for a spot in his Patreon that allows you to get commissions. But
Wow, four
he,
years?
yes, I mean, the
Wow,
people who have those spots are just not giving them up. And
wow.
but he's a regular at Heroes. He always does a big piece for Heroes for the auction. And so I won this a couple of years ago, and it's absolutely astounding. I mean, really, what I'm looking at the screen on the screen is not what the piece is. You know,
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
it's absolutely luminous in person. And what you have to remember is he's got this laid out in his mind before he starts making the marks. Like,
Right.
so the way he approaches the folds in the cloth and the textures in the background and the depth on the skull, it's in a weird way almost preconceived, and he makes these incredibly tiny marks to render it out,
And by the
and
way,
I'm just in
Mikhail,
awe.
is it pen and ink?
Yeah, it's inked.
It's inked. Okay. There you go. There you go, Kavi. That's what I figured. It looked too dark to be just pencil. Yeah. Stanley wants to know: does it have a grainy texture?
I wouldn't describe the texture as grainy. It's very, like, the fabric looks silky. The
Yeah.
hat looks like felt. The skull looks like a skull. It has the appropriate textures.
Okay.
I'm actually trying to figure out what this image is kind of doing on the screen. I uploaded a very high res scan, so it could be that in the compression of it, where we're seeing some
Yeah,
false representation of what actually is in
right.
the image.
Sure. Rick, I'm going to do one of those posting of your whatever your emoji is, and I guess Mikail and everybody else will tell me what this is. In this case, instead of 3 boxes, it says
It's a first place medal.
okay. Interesting. Because here for me, it doesn't show anything. It just says words. It says metal, yellow, first, red. Okay, you
The
guys are
Matrix
now.
has you, Ruben.
It's just so crazy, man. I don't know.
Okay, so this time
Piece for sure.
in the StreamYard chat, I see what you see.
Oh yeah,
I'm only seeing the metal emoji in the
yeah.
YouTube chat.
Right? You see what I mean? Like, yeah. So it's StreamYard. It's just bizarre. It just for some reason it doesn't handle people's posting of emojis properly. But which piece wasn't?
And then like Manix's work, and this particular piece, the paper has like a deckled edge along one side, which actually adds just so much to the character of the piece.
Oh yeah. I mean, gosh. Yeah, I would love to see that in person. Oh my gosh. Like even Tom said, it must look amazing. Yeah, they all look better in person. Imagine something like this. Absolutely must be mind-blowing in person,
And
Yeah.
this one was framed and right by my bedside, so
Oh,
I
really?
saw it all the time. Yeah,
Oh, that's cool. Comes again, got your back on that auction. Comics Den got your back on that auction.
it was
Mhm.
sick.
That's sick. Must be a Canadian thing. What must be a Canadian thing? Anyways, but yeah, no, a fantastic piece. And yeah, again, to
Then I
all
had
man, even if you're not into, I know if you're only into superheroes, telling you, I just can't imagine anybody, even if you're not into skulls and non-superhero art, I cannot imagine you not being able to appreciate that if you just at least look at it up close. Anyway, sorry, Mikail, what were you going to say?
no, I was just saying I had a friend. I had a friend next to me during the auction who has some really nice Bastian pieces, and he was encouraging me, saying this, you should take another bid. It's a great value. It's a great piece. It's hard to get this size from him, and he was absolutely right. Like no regrets whatsoever. I was super thrilled. Remain extremely thrilled to have acquired that piece.
Oh my gosh, I can imagine. Yeah, yeah, just brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And I believe I may even have said this in my comment. I I believe to me that's and like you said, he was a brilliant illustrator, anyways. But when I saw that in your, when you the day you posted that, like immediately I thought, okay, I've never seen him do anything, and I've liked a lot of his work, but I've never seen him do anything that even reaches like this is like another level above even the previous best stuff that I saw from him. That's how good I think it is. Just my
Thank you.
opinion.
And it is really different because it's a larger image rendered in a particular way versus a panel page story or multiple elements combined together. This one is actually a little bit. It is quite different from the stuff he normally does.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Amazing stuff, though. You only like superhero art. Yeah, that's what I figured about you, Stanley. All right, don't look at it then. You're lost. I can guarantee you that.
It's
All right.
actually the skull of Omni Man. You know,
The skull of who's? Why did that sound familiar? Omni Man. Who's Omni Man?
he's the dad from Invincible. It's the only character with a
Invincible.
mustache I could think
Yeah,
of.
yeah. That's right. Yeah. Oh, by the way, not that I want to get on a tangent. I know this is going long. Invincible. 2 years ago, I read it, binged it. Best all time best run of a comic I think that I've ever read. Yes, including any Marvel DC that I've ever read. just in terms of, it's not my favorite hero. Of course, I have no attachment to the character, but just in terms of the consistency of high quality for that long of a period of time, mind blowing. Just want everybody to know.
They continue to innovate the main storylines, the subplots, the supporting characters all continue to evolve during that run.
Yeah, just amazing. I just
that was another one of my torrent reads.
Yeah, that one. Okay.
Invincible.
Well, amazing. Yeah, I'm glad you read it. Yeah, I'm glad I ended up finally reading it. How many blue line or gray line pieces does Mikail have? Any mono? You're such a... Okay, let's go to the next piece, everybody. And, oh yeah, for that, we go to this one. Tell us about this. A couple of slides, peeps. Check it out. There we go. We got to show them both back and forth. Let everybody get a feel for this while Mikail sort of puts his thoughts together and doesn't, hopefully holds his tears back, There we go. We'll leave it on the black and white.
No, there's no tears. I mean, it's just in this particular page.
Happy tears, I meant. Happy tears that like, oh my God, I want to cry because I love this, that kind of thing.
With this particular piece, what always strikes me is it reveals Trad's versatility in the different techniques that he's employed throughout. You've got his usual fine line, organic, flowing, details throughout. But then the way he's rendered the surfer's body and the board, it has a different technique to it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And actually that texture from him is amongst, in my opinion, the rarer textures. It's almost got this ballpoint pen, Ian Bertram kind of style to it. And as an image, as a whole, it just speaks to the story and what's happening, and Surfer wrestling with his identity and what's happening to his planet and his memories of his life with before Galactus.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just astonishing. I really feel ill-equipped to speak about Trad's work.
No, you're not. You're doing fine, believe me. But I can see how sometimes, it's so different. So it does make it harder to sort of express what you want to say about some of the things, right? I get that. And you
when you see it in person, the balance, the precision of the work, it's all his DPSs for this story are on one board.
Right. Oh, and are they on one board equivalent to two regular standard size boards?
Or no, they're smaller.
Oh, smaller. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did not know that.
Smaller than two standards. Yeah, it's not 22 by 17.
Yeah, exactly. Black Viper. Surgical precision, right? Much better in person on a fancy book rest. Yeah, well, again, this is, with this level, this style, this linear type style, you can't appreciate it until you see it larger, at least, if not in person. If you can't see it in person, at least larger. So another reason for everybody to go and use the link and go into Mikail's gallery and check it out. And by the way, it was no coincidence. I'm just curious, because I'm pretty sure nobody noticed, but it was not a coincidence that I put this one right after this one. Can anybody see why I did that? Focus on Silver Surfer, people. Focus on the background, people. Do you see the similarity looking? And I'm sure it's not the same technique, of course, But at this smaller size, I was like, oh, look at that. It's kind of like, it looks like it's a very, very similar technique on what the Trad did with Silver Surfer versus what Bastian did on the background in particular here, you know. Anyways, that's just my own little fun thing.
Were you torn between this DPS and another piece from the book?
Yes, I was actually torn for multiple pieces. I even had the idea of, oh, what if I picked 2 panel pages and I get to show an extra piece that way. So yeah, it was. I spent, I can't remember the amount of time, but too much time struggling, like thinking, like, what should I show? What would people prefer? What do I like better? What do I think Mikail would, prefer or like to see or appreciate seeing more? So yeah, I struggled, and I struggle when I think about all these things, and I'm like, it's driving me crazy. I don't know. What do I do? It's a tough decision. So yeah, it was a tough choice, but I don't know. I guess in the end, it came down to one of those things where, okay, all right, well, people love covers. People like single images. Maybe they'll appreciate that more. But it was tough. Yeah, it was tough. And no, if you're wondering, I didn't pick this because I thought, oh, he's, it's the cover or whatever. He's going to think, this must be his favorite piece. I wasn't thinking of that at all. I was just thinking like, yeah, I don't know. I just love the look of Surfer and how he's delineated versus everything that surrounds him, and how clean and simple the lines are there, and just the position of the two. Yeah, so it was, again, I struggled. So I was like, you know what? One piece is as good as any. I think people will appreciate it either way, So, yeah. But why do you ask? Now I got to know why you asked.
No, I was just curious because there's a lot that's been said about the way he's referencing Kirby in this particular issue,
Okay.
and
Hey, Josh.
some of the other inferences that are made throughout. This issue in and of itself doesn't actually say a lot. It's a very, you could distill it down to a couple of lines in terms of the summary. Surfer
Okay.
awakens, discovers ego, flies into ego to um, remove an abscess that he discovers is Lifebringer 1.
Right.
It's an experiment with Trad just being able to show off and go nuts, and there's a lot of pages that depict exactly that. But this image and the cover really do bring out that Kirby influence in terms of what he's trying to do with the organic elements and the flow into space and the natural elements around him.
Antoine, I don't know what you're asking here. ML, are you the person on the street? Oh, yeah. So right. So yes, because he's posting messages every now and then. That's Mikail. Yes, that's funny that you didn't know it all this time. You're funny, man.
Why? Yeah. Did you not put up a lower third at any point, like ML Ruben? You don't do that normally.
What do you mean?
The banner that comes across with someone's name on a newscast or something.
Okay,
it's called a lower. Yeah, that's called a lower third.
Right.
So, all right, we need to take a quick break. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My earpods are at 1%. I'm just going to switch over to
absolutely.
a wired set.
Go to it. I'll handle these guys. No worries. Because I got a question. I got a question. I'll handle the question while you go switch out whatever you got to switch out.
Will your save be affected if I leave the studio?
My save? Oh, you mean you wanted to fit? You're planning on physically you have to log out?
I'll move to a different device. Yes.
Different device, right? So I don't know what you mean by save, but people have mistakenly, because their service was bad, they've dropped out And then as long as you click that link I sent you, you'll pop back in.
All right. I'll see you in a moment.
All right. See you in a bit. All right, guys. So Marcus, the answer is no. And the reason primarily is because, and I don't know if I've mentioned to this in the past on previous episodes. I think I have. I always typically, historically speaking, have always avoided, I purposely try to avoid reading like event type books where a lot of hype is being laid down on them, simply because when I have done that in the past, almost always I feel disappointed. And it's not fair. It may not be fair at times, because I feel like sometimes, I don't know, am I disappointed because it just couldn't live up to the hype? Or, I can't tell. Is it legitimately not that good and people are just overhyping it? So I find all that hype, it can affect how you think about it and how you see it, And so for that reason, I decided, no, I'm not going to. Now, what I've done oftentimes is I've waited years later and then read it, because once it's been many years, the hype is gone. Nobody's really sort of talking about it on a daily basis anymore. And then I feel like, okay, now is a fair time to give it a shot, Yeah, so I think I will try it because I'm curious about it. I've been curious about it since it came out. But yeah, I want to kind of keep waiting for a while. So there's the straight answer. You thought it was great, okay, but a lot of people thought it was great. So that's the thing, right? It's so hyped. So I'm just scared that in case it could be legitimately really good, and then I may not think it is just because my expectations are so damn high, Yeah. So original name, show name, yeah, halftime. That's right, Goo. It says ML there on the StreamYard. Yeah, but he's not doing himself any favors by not writing that he's Mikail. Yeah, you made the connection now, so there you go. I need to break. I got to be honest. I've only had, I think, one meal today. I'm kind of really hungry right now. I'm starting to feel a little lightheaded. I really would like to eat something if I could right now, but whatever. I'll tough it out until the end of the show. Yeah, there you go. You can get back on. No, video is going to keep going. You should. So can we send you a copy of what? You can't. Canada Post is not working. Max Raskin says, event-laden books with hype, secret words. Well, come on, dude. I mean, you're going way far back. And to be honest, I don't, we had no internet at the time. So I can't say I feel like I remember a ton of hype, because you only really heard about it in the prozines, fanzines, But in the internet era, damn, that's when you really started hearing a lot of the hype. Max Sin City Collectibles is back. What's up, bro? And there you go. Awesome. Let me switch you back to the other side. There we go. Excellent. Let me hear you so I know I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and it sounds good. Fantastic. Excellent. Just finishing off answering these guys' questions and comments. SSB wasn't a main event, you mean? It was just a mini. Right. No, I'm aware. It's not really about the length, guys. It's not about the length. It's just the fear that it could be legitimately great, but because it was a hyped event, I'll just expect too much. I just automatically do expect a lot. When I hear a lot of hype, I go into it thinking, oh, this thing better blow me away, and it rarely does. And that's why I feel, you know what, I'd rather wait 5 years, 10 years, whatever, and then read it. And then my expectations are much calmer, hyped down, But no, you told me, hey, listen, I appreciate that I appreciate hearing from people what they thought. Tom, I'm glad that you thought it was really worth reading. That's cool, and I'll keep that in mind. Like I said, But don't forget that it's not just the hype on the story, and it's the hype on the artwork, the original art, you know, and it's all together coalesces to make me think, oh man, it better be one of the best things I've ever read. Otherwise I'll be disappointed, you know? That's why I'd rather keep waiting a few years, and I'll read it eventually. But right now I still feel like people still, you know, because I'm in the art hobby, right? I still hear about it a lot. So I'm like, yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared. It's gonna be ruined for me. So, but I'm glad you guys like it. Yeah, I hear a lot of good things about it. So social influence is a thing for sure. Ian, the hype is worth it. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy. But again, don't forget, everything that I'm saying means that everything you guys tell me, I keep hearing more of you say, yeah, it's amazing. That's what scares me. It's the fact that it can't possibly be so good that everybody says positive things about it. See, it scares me that nobody says anything even legitimately like negative. You know, you would think that even something that's great, if you're honest with yourself, you could probably find something that, oh, you know, that could have been better, or I didn't really like this about it as much, but I still think it's great, you know? But no, nobody says anything at all negative. And that's what scares me. I feel like even the best things have things that you could legitimately, you know, pick at and say that, oh, okay, that part of it wasn't that great, you know? It's definitely standalone on its own merits and could tie into King and Black in a way, but not necessarily. Okay. And yes, okay, talking to Alberto. Go grab a snack. Too late. He's back. Mukbang show while we wait for Amel. Eat. Yeah, I'm telling you, I feel like a, you know what? You never know. When he starts talking about the next piece, I may go quickly grab just a couple of slices of just bread just to coat my stomach so I don't feel kind of ill. Snack time. Amazon CA delivers themselves. You little bastard. You're a little too smart for your own good. I appreciate it, Marcus, but don't make me feel guilty. It's for like 3 Christmases in a row, man. Anyone here outbid me on the block? Okay, somebody else can answer him. It's about the girth. Yeah, still on strike. Not the length. You guys are crazy. SBB, they mean Silver Surfer Black. That's what we've been talking about. That's the piece I just showed. Unfulfilled hype, Ruben Fears. Yeah. Hype is great when it has been released and holds hype. Not much at the hype before release. That's normally disappointment. Yeah, but that's the thing. I've heard too much before release and after, right? Silver Surfer Black. Yeah, it goes the other way also. So much complaining about Craven the Cougar Hunter. Nowhere to go but up when you see it. Well, sure. When everybody says it's bad, right? It probably will be bad, but not as bad as you heard everybody talk about it, you know? So it kind of almost seems kind of good, you know? Like a race swap Silver Surfer. Okay, no, not about race. I compared to Craven, Ruben, the over-explainer. Anyways, all right. So yeah, let's keep it going, everybody, because it is getting late. Let's check out the next piece. The next piece is this one. Very special. And I will go grab something, so talk for at least a minute.
What do you guys think is the end of the joke? No.
I'm still here. I'm still here because I want to hear this. What are you going to say?
I don't know. This is a question I've been dying to ask Gaiman.
Oh, okay. I'll be back.
Let's just take a moment of silence, guys.
No. You go. I'm just gonna go grab something real quick. But yeah, talk about it.
I mean, there's not much to talk about. This is one of the deaths from the first appearance of Death issue. I think there were 4 in that issue. And I was just thrilled to bits to be able to pick this up. And it's an interesting page because if I hadn't moved to California, I don't think I would have been able to get it. But I met a gentleman down there or out there who had it and who was, willing to part with it. And here we are.
And I'm back. I don't hear you talking, so you must have left them all hanging.
I'm just reading the comments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, super key issue. So as you know, you may remember, Mikhail, I never read this. It's not something that seems like it would be up my alley. I respect it. I respect that everybody loves it. I'm curious. I do remember as they were coming out. I even bought the first few issues. I remember the hotness of a back issue of number 8. Is that still considered the single most key issue of the run?
It's odd. 8 and 50 have black borders on the printed cover, and so the 9.8s are a lot rarer in terms of the CGC, the grades in terms of back issues. But
I don't mean, I don't mean like from the
it's first death, yeah.
Speculating on the condition because it's rare in condition. I mean because of the importance of what's inside the story, right?
I think 8 and 1 are even, to be honest. I think there are so many Death fans.
Did you just say 1?
Yeah.
Oh, just because it's the first issue?
Yeah, well, 1 is first Morpheus, I mean.
Well, yes, sure, okay, yeah. So, but I gotta say, as somebody who's never read it, but being in our hobby, the original art hobby, I'd say yes, I'm fully aware that both characters are popular. But in my opinion, from what I've seen over the years, many years, I would say, without even question, that with my own 2 eyes, I feel from what I've seen, what I've witnessed, I feel like Death is leagues above in popularity over
that may well be. And I'd say 1, 8, and honestly 50 pages from 50 are very difficult to find, and it was it's a standalone issue, and it's hard to speak about Sandman in particular ways, but yes, I believe I agree with you. I think there are fans of Death much more rabid, much more motivated to get a piece of that issue.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at it from the perspective of the commission collector, for example, I think I can safely say that I feel like I've seen many more people get Death commissions than Morpheus commissions. So I think about that too. That's also why I say what I'm saying.
Yeah, I wouldn't deny it.
Yeah,
and like Matt's saying as well. I'm there's so much to absorb and process when thinking about Sandman and trying to pass a judgment or something like that, and the high cost of living issues also command a great premium, and I basically confine myself to the main series, so I'm not a player for those pages, but they go very strong.
Okay.
But
I mean, wouldn't the pages with Death, obviously, from this book be the most expensive of all Sandman pages today?
Yes, probably. They'd be up there for sure.
Yeah. And maybe there's
been some DPSs from 3 have gone very high, into 6 figures.
Yeah.
So it's not a guaranteed outcome, but I think in terms of desirability, like I said, on this page you see not only you get a little small Death and small Morpheus, but it's also one of the deaths in the issue.
One of the what?
one of the people dying in the
Oh,
issue.
that's right.
You know, like the baby dies, the violinist dies, the comedian dies, and then the soccer player dies.
Okay.
So there's all these elements, but I honestly, when I purchased this page, you can't be like you can't pick and choose when it comes to Sandman 8. Like if a page comes along
Yeah,
that
for
fits
sure.
your criteria for what you'd like,
Right.
like it's interesting, there's other pages that are just as moving or even more moving, but then there's one or two of the panels are stats. With this page, it's all art on every panel. So, but again, you have to be in the right place at the right time.
Sure.
That I was able to get this from a private collection is still pretty astounding to me. And it was just a matter of right place, right time. Why did you? Was it that it was from issue 8 that made you?
Yeah, because like I said, I've been so aware about the popularity of just how popular Death is that I thought, wow, like that, how key, how I guess, and as a collector, had I read the series and had I loved it the way you and everybody else does, that would be my dream. I'd probably be like, okay, if that's the cool character of the series, other than Morpheus, I'd probably also be like, oh my god, a page from 8 and she's on it, like, yeah. So that's why I just think it's such a, I guess because I felt what a coup it must be for a Sandman fan like you to own a page from that particular issue. So I was like, yeah, I got to show this, So
it is one of the only pages in my collection that does start to cross over into first appearance collecting.
Right.
I won't deny that there's a charm and appeal to that element of it.
Right.
As just such an important character.
Sure.
Who's become so iconic.
Sure, absolutely. Let me just say, like, I mean, I've even Marcus, we've often talked about, like, how we, a lot of us dislike the mentality of the comic guys who, with COVID, took a look, jumped over, and we can make money here and the original art, and let's start, speculating on every first appearance, from new books, these new characters. I mean, there's new characters introduced in almost every comic these days. They're the most of them are like lame and unimportant, and so we kind of make fun of, like, we just think it's just so stupid to speculate on that just because it's the first time somebody appeared. Like, who cares, right? But that doesn't mean I don't have the first appearance myself of some, characters on art that I own. I've always loved, as a collector, of course it's cool if you have artwork from the first time that a character appeared. My only thing is that typically it's cool because the character is at least of some level of importance to fans in the hobby. It's just, I just think it's ridiculous when it's like, Joe Schmo, who appeared and he's the uncle of whoever in this issue, and then you never see them again. Like, who cares? Who cares if it's their first appearance? They're irrelevant to the hobby, and to the publishing.
And going back to what I was saying earlier, as a story-driven collector, I find most of the time the better stories are not when a character is new and unfleshed, but when they're developed and have some backstory for the writer to play with.
Right. Yeah.
So, Neil is such an anomaly in that, as a young person, just started producing work of excellent quality with depth and variety. I'm constantly astonished by what he was able to accomplish at such a young age, and to have fleshed it out so fully.
Right. Yeah. No, it's amazing. It really is. Don't say that out loud, or Dan. A beer. Good at work. Yeah, he's. I don't call it luck. I mean, look, Mikhail's like anybody else. I think in the hobby who he loves what he loves, and he just buys what he loves. And if you really, really love something, and the opportunity arises, he works hard. Like again, like that's don't we all kind of do that at times? You go to the wall for some stuff, and whatever, man. The opportunity knocked. He opened the door, and invited him in.
There's
So
pages you go to the mat for.
yeah,
You see it coming. You make preparations. You do your best. Sometimes you get it. Sometimes you don't.
yeah, absolutely. You're all on board for the first appearance train. Okay, you're not on my train anymore. Okay. Also true of Delirium. Is that true? Delirium I don't think he's probably number 3, right? Number 3 below the other two.
She.
First, Delirium is the female. Sorry. Yes. Sorry about that. Yeah. Wouldn't you say Delirium is not on the same level as Morpheus and Death? I
No,
would.
but Delirium has fans for sure, and
No. Yes, of course.
and then Delirium and Destruction and Destiny, they don't appear as often as well. So
Yes, I get that. Okay, that work doesn't work out. A lot of money. Yes, that's true. Taking a shot at Jordan. I love Jordan. I love Jordan. But hey, listen. I don't lie. I love Jordan. Great guy. He's a friend. I don't have a problem admitting that some of the rando first appearances, things that he's speculated on, are ridiculous. I've said it before. Yeah, it's not a shot. It's being honest, and I've said it. I don't talk behind people's backs. I mean, what I say behind somebody's back in a private conversation, with other collectors, something like that, I'll say it to the collector themselves. It's not to take a shot at them. It's all good for discussion, right?
as a representation of Death, I think my page from Sandman 20 is better, or my the
right.
Chris,
Oh, sure.
the Bacalo Machalo poster that I have.
Coachella, yeah.
Those are more fleshed out renderings of her, and the Sandman 20 page, has really good exposition on who she is and what she's doing and the reaction to seeing her, which we don't get so much here.
Trust me, Mikail. I know I wanted to show something from Sandman, obviously, because I know you love the series, so it was a must. So I struggled again, and for that one of the reasons that you just mentioned, I was like, well, I did see a better representation, so I'm like, and I'm all about the aesthetic, art for art's sake. So I'm like, okay, I got that pulling on me, saying, well, this would be probably nicer, better. And again, the collector in me is like, yeah, but a lot of people will probably be like, ooh, yeah, first appearance, oh, that's cool, even though it's one little panel, image in a panel. Whatever, that one won out this time. On another day, it would have been one of the other ones. You know what I mean? So it's just, it's really hard to pick when you have so many great things, and there's only so many choices I can make, so there you go. But let's keep it going, everybody. So Sandman from Sandman. So let me take a look again. Sorry. So we had the Silver Surfer, and yes, the Sandman. All right. The next piece on the docket is Action Comics by number. Sorry. What's that? What was that?
Oh, Tom was asking what I was drinking, so I was.
Okay. Is it alcohol? What is that?
It's a bourbon.
A bourbon. Okay. Let me get this classic Curt, Swan, Alan Moore issue back up here and talk to us about this.
So this is one of the comics that I remember having very early on after we moved back to Pakistan. And it just filled that nostalgia pocket, if you will. of the book that you had and you read to death just over and over.
Right.
And the story is so compelling. It's so different. It's actually, so Action 583 is part 2 of a story that begins in Superman 423, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
And I didn't read 423 until maybe a decade later. After,
no!
Oh yeah, many. But it didn't matter. You can read. You can pick up 583. They give you a synopsis right at the beginning because he's the journalist is interviewing Lois Lane. So they give you a quick recap and then they dive right back in and you can just pick up the story and roll with it. Yeah. I would love to know, Matt, what happened because I've only ever seen 3 pages in the cover. Now Mandel has the cover, and the Joe Vetteriti, who runs the con in New York, had this page and 2 other talking head pages from the interview section, and I have never seen anything else from this issue. From from the Superman 423, there's pages, but from Action 583, I since the day I began collecting comic art, I've been looking for these pages. The first question I ask a dealer is, "Do you have any Action 583 pages?"
Oh yeah,
I don't see them. So I knew Joe had this page and a couple others. I'd made offers to him separately before he consigned them to auction. That didn't work out. This one came to auction. The day that I remember the day that it was coming up, I had a commitment. I just put in a ridiculous number as my max bid, and I left, and luckily I won it because I don't think other people are as frantic to get a page as I was.
Yeah, I mean these pages from these 2 issues are, I think they've always been highly sought after, I would say.
It speaks to the way I read as a kid. I loved the story, so I read it. I never paid attention to the credits. I didn't know who drew it. I didn't know who wrote it.
Oh, that's funny.
As a child. It was only later we're like, well, apparently I'm a story-driven collector, and apparently I really like Alan Moore's work. So to finally get this page and to have a nice representation of Superman and all the main characters, albeit very small, the Brainiac ship, the moment with the Legion of Supervillains showing up, I'm really happy with it. I'd love also one of the Mitzelplex pages from this book, but this is great. And I agree with Matt. This, for me, as a Superman story, it does a little bit what All-Star Superman tried to do, which is to depower him a little bit and humanize him. And no, I actually don't wish it. Wishing that it had more Superman on it is not even at the top of my list of potential gripes with this page. I'm really happy with it. I would just, it's more that I want more from this book. But this will do it, and I'm super thrilled to have it.
Well, I can imagine. And yes, indeed, Marcus, this was right before Crisis. Yeah, I mean, for me, let me come back.
It's Swan's last issue, right? As well.
Yeah. See, you know what's funny? For me, unlike you and Matt, I actually, having been a Swamp Thing of the Swamp Thing super fan at the time, I was disappointed. Like it's good. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but I don't know. I guess I was just loving Saga of the Swamp Thing so much. For me, the 2-parter on Superman, I was like, that was really good, but not the way that I love Swamp Thing. But it's interesting. I love the 2 issues, but more so than the story, I guess what I really love even more than that is how when I see the cover, the artwork, any artwork from it, it's the memories that the art evokes. it reminds me of how it takes me back to that month, as I knew that issue was coming out. I knew that issue was going to be the last issue, pre this whole crisis thing coming up. And it just reminded me of how, like, wow, first of all, Curt Swan, I was a fan. I was like, oh man, Curt Swan inked like the old Silver Age artist who had been doing Superman for 30 years or something like that. And it's going to be his last issue. So that made me sad in that sense. And then when I think about the cover, Superman's flying up and he's kind of looking sad. But then I love that it was inked by, at the time, one of the top two most popular artists of all, with George Perez. But yeah, it was the sadness of just thinking, wow, like truly an end of an era. The whole, because, universes are going to fall the way they were hyping it. Superman as we knew him is going to end. And, John Byrne is coming in to take over. It was all that stuff that it just when I see the art from this, that's what it reminds me. And I just love that, the memories that it evokes that way, more so than just the story itself,
Yeah. And Byrne's Superman is one of the things that's higher on my list to try and get an example of, because I really love that run as well. And some of the questions about this page did get me thinking. And for those of you that know the story, there's one page in which Jimmy Olsen and Lana Lang get powered up to go and help defend the Fortress of Solitude. And the dialogue that they have is beautiful, because it's them talking about what they owe Clark, and how he's always been there for them, and they're going to be there for them. I would love to get that page. That's a really special page of Lana getting out of the radioactive bath and getting changed, and then both of them kind of powering off. Like it's that moment. It's the part of the story that resonates with me, that they're talking about their love for Superman and what they're going to do for him. They kind of know
yes
that they're going off to die.
Yes. Those that's what I love. I've said this before so many times. Emotional story beats. That's what I love.
Mm-hmm.
Just emotion in artwork, like the human element. So much more so than just, the big battle page with two heroes smacking each other around or whatever, I just like to feel stuff, and those kinds of moments, like what you said. Yeah, of course, that's the type of page I would prefer that more so than, let's say, a cool images of Superman and Brainiac, let's say, as an example,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly, because that stuff resonates with me more than anything. Knowing these longtime characters, not only long time in our world, being around since the 1930s, but also even in comic book time, he's known them their whole lives, and he was a boyfriend of hers and a good friend of Jimmy. And so, all the time you think about all the times, he saved their life, what they mean to each other. And on that level, I love that stuff. I
think Alan's writing tapped right into that, the pacing, the beats, they were perfect. And I agree with Nick as well. That's why I want a Mitsoplex page from this story. When he, the page in which he's talking about how, what do you do when you're an immortal fifth dimensional god? For 2,000 years I didn't do anything, and then for 2,000 years I was kind and benevolent, and then I was mischievous. Maybe I'll be evil, and then maybe I'll try being repentful. It's pure Alan Moore turning the genre on its head and exploring what that means.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I'm thrilled that you got a page ultimately.
So this was my top 3 hit. When I started collecting, there was a top 3 list: Watchmen, Killing Joke, Action 583. That was the list.
I remember you saying that. Yeah, years ago. Yeah. And you got that quite a long time ago. Hasn't it been several years? This particular one? Or am I thinking of another page?
This 583 page?
Yeah, the 583.
I got it, like 2 years ago, probably 2.5 years ago.
Okay, so I know. Yeah, I figured it's at least measured in years, not just a few months or whatever.
No.
Yeah, had it for a little while. Yeah. Yeah. No. So it's amazing. Yeah. So happy that you got it. I mean, you fulfilled what you set out to do, which is also fun. Yeah. It's one of those
And we're
things
going to
where
see. I know we're going to see the fourth pick as well.
we'll see.
No, I know. This is the one I know.
We'll see. Which one? Sorry, remind me what the picks were again.
So the top three were Watchmen, Killing Joke, and Action 583.
Right. And you're saying that we're going to see which one?
So if there was a fourth on that list,
right?
I got a page and I know it's on the list. That's the one page I know is on the list.
You know that you think that I'm going to show it tonight?
You told me that you were.
Okay.
Because I said, if we do a recap show, that's the page I want to talk about.
Are you talking about? Actually, here, check it out. Check out the private chat. Sorry, everybody. Give us a little side.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Okay, but you know what?
You changed your mind?
Right. Well, not that I changed my mind. We're not going to see it tonight because
we'll save it for.
Yes, exactly. I figured more impact that way. You know what I mean? And it'll be
And it gives us another page to talk about tonight. So great.
Yeah. So there you go. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Let's get back on track, everybody. And thank you for allowing us to do so much of the talking in between. Can I trade you a Transformers cover for this page? If it's the Sienkiewicz one, I wondered if you would take.
No, he's talking about the Cliff Chang cover that I wanted.
Oh man! Give him the at least at least offer him the Sienkiewicz painted number one.
I'll take them both. Maybe I'll think about it.
Another my absolute favorite page from the digital color guys. Yeah, you take what you can get. Ruben says no Star Wars. Also, ML. Then it is all Star Wars. Hey. All right.
Because I don't have an Al Williamson page yet. When that's rectified.
Right, you got to rectify. Oh, you got. If you're a Star Wars guy like you are, everybody.
Yeah, but
Star Wars
maybe I choose a Blade Runner Al Williamson page instead. So.
And I like throwing you guys curveballs all the time. So even when it comes to stuff that the collector who is my guest is into. I always like to sometimes, not always, but sometimes show pieces that you wouldn't expect from that kind of, that type of art. So we'll see what else is coming up. But for now, let us go to, speak of the devil. So this next one is obviously one of your favorite IPs, but I believe I chose to go with this particular piece just because aesthetically, I think it's fantastic. And I'm going to guess that you and everybody else are going to say, oh, not the piece I would have thought you would have showed. But you guys will let me know. Check this one out, everyone.
Oh, just in time to shut down Jeff Wedding's complaints.
Yeah, look, I love the art. I was thrilled to see something of this quality by somebody I'd never even heard of. That always excites me. And I love that it's very movie poster-ish, especially since, it's been like decades since we last saw movie posters that are painted, So for your love of Star Wars, I figured this is, I couldn't show too much Star Wars. I figured this is the representation I wanted to go with. So I don't know. You talk to us. You tell me what you want to say.
I saw this. It was offered to me. I think I reached out about it after I saw it, and it's exactly what you say. Imagine having a movie poster on your wall for one of your favorite IPs,
right?
And that it's hand rendered in this kind of detail.
Yes.
It just ticks all the boxes. It's larger. It's glorious. The colors are vibrant. And it really does make me happy to see it. That this IP that's so dear to me, that really shaped a big part of me, to have a representation like this. And that was the main motivator behind it.
Yeah. And can I ask? So this was. I'm sorry. I was trying to be a little busy looking at the comments. Have you mentioned if it was a? I'm thinking this was an illustration already made that you purchased as is, correct?
Yes, I believe Andrea did it as a personal.
Oh, just like a fun for himself.
Yes, something that they wanted to do. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. And at the time, had you heard of Andrea before or no?
No, not at all.
No. Okay.
I was able to meet him at New York Comic Con, and we spoke about the piece a little bit at that point. I'd already owned it for, probably a year and a half or so at that point.
Yeah.
And he's a lovely young artist, really kind, really talented. And
yeah,
I was speaking to another collector, who he said to me, I was mad that Annabelle didn't offer this to me first. And I took that as a great compliment, because they have a great collection. So
yeah. For sure.
This piece is framed, and definitely one of my favorites. Something you enjoy seeing. It evokes so many memories instantly of the films.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's amazing. Yeah, like Rick said, it's amazing work. Absolutely amazing. And like I said, it's so cool to see it from an illustrator that I've never heard of before. So that's really amazing. And Matt says he's from Bologna. Okay. Any idea what his age range might be? Is he an older or a younger guy? Do you know?
Oh, I'd say between 25 and 32, probably.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he strikes me as a very young, dedicated, hardworking artist.
And very talented.
What did you like about it, Ruben? What struck you when you saw this?
I mean, honestly, as I said earlier, and somebody else, I think it was Tom who mentioned it. At first glance, it reminded me of Drew Struzan's work, who very famous movie poster artist. I love
especially the glow about Luke and Leia. I think really, and the precision on Tarkin is very Struan.
Yes, exactly, and I love especially how, and funny that you mentioned how those three characters in particular, it's like almost like in a straight line going across, how they were lit. How he lit them with the lighting. And yeah, I mean, just again, just the idea of I miss the old school illustrated movie posters, and this is what this kind of reminded me of. I thought that the likenesses were really, really extremely well done. It's got pretty much all my favorite characters, and especially I love the fact that my least favorite character is the one that's drawn the smallest. So that was helpful to me. And and I'm not talking about R2D2, everybody. It's just all around like really, really highly skilled stuff. So yeah, I mean, what else? How could you not like it? So yeah, really, really, really amazing. Comic Guy Boston says, been in and out. Yes, amazing show. Catch on Rewind. Thanks. Okay, thank you, Cab. Thanks. Have a great night. Hey, what's up, Dan? Good to see you. Been a minute. Ruben likes Ford. Yeah, my favorite. The lighting on Luke's face stands out as something that's quite strong. Yes, exactly what I was saying, Carl.
With Luke, it's really astonishing. Like the eyelashes have their own kind of light to them.
Yeah. And that's why it's part of the reason I wanted to, when I was trying to crop, I wanted to show everybody, because they were drawn and painted so small. That's the reason I chose for the close up. I wanted to close in on so everybody could see 3PO and R2D2. But as I was cropping it, I wanted them to be bigger, but then I was like, you know what? I want to keep Luke's eyes in there, as well as Grand Moff Tarkin. But particularly Luke's eye, I was like, yeah, because initially I made the 3PO and R2 larger, but then all you saw was Luke's nose from the nose down, you know? I was like, I don't know, that's bothering me, and I want everybody to see Luke's eye in close up as best as possible. So that's how I kind of framed it that way, you know.
I think with this piece, you can really point to Andrea's use of lighting and his decisions. You know, the gold on C-3PO and the reflections of R2, the skin tones, just perfect choices. He really understands how your eye is interpreting the light. Yes,
absolutely. And I'm sure that was just a typo. I'm assuming it's a typo, Matt. I think you mean Richard Amsel. That's what I think you're getting at.
Painter of Light? No. Who was that?
No. Who were you thinking of?
Thomas Kincaid.
Oh, that's what I thought you were thinking of, but his name wasn't coming to me.
There's a gallery in Boston on Newbury Street that repped him, and so I would always walk past it and see, you know, Thomas Kincaid, Painter of Light.
Yeah. Yes, it's been a minute. I mean, yes, you've been here all night. I'm pointing out the fact that, you know, this was the first time in a while that I remember you being by. Grand Moff Tarkin. Grand Moff got run over by an X-wing. It's only 10 college there. Okay, all right, we got to keep it going, peeps. Jump to the next one. Let's check what this next one is, everybody. Next choice up. Here we go.
I love this page. I love it so much. It popped up at an inopportune time. I didn't have the fun.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't have the funds for it.
Oh wow.
But it was one of those situations where you see it, and for me, this is my Lee Williams example. It's a page from a book I remember reading so viscerally. I love the artwork. And after I bought it, I was lucky enough to spend some time with Scott talking about it, and he walked me through some elements of it, and it made it even more special to me. So, you know, I'm not in the fully in the X-Men universe. I'm not in those dogfights to get those pages, but for me, this is my prime X-Men era. I really loved them introducing Jubilee as an Asian American character. It resonated. It was relevant at the time. It seems silly now in a day and age where we have characters of diversity and different makeup represented so freely, but you have to remember back in the day, it wasn't that common.
Yeah.
And this really was a watershed moment. The first panel was later used for card art. And
that's true. Yeah, it's a very famous image.
Yeah. So as soon as I saw it, it just struck. The dialogue is amazing. You know, the whole I so distinctly remember that line about Death Star floors. I was so thrilled when this popped up I spoke to some friends about it, and just made it happen, and no regrets.
Oh, fantastic! I'm glad you did. It's I think it's one of those things where we talk about it a lot. There are those moments where, and I think a lot of us, if not all of us, a lot of us have been there, where it's as you say, an inopportune time, but you make it work. Like, even I always say, I don't have the money. I've got cash flow. I'll get it from somewhere else. Just buy it now. Worry about it later. It's almost my famous saying, Yeah, but it's true, because you may regret it. And in your gut, you feel like you might regret it. It's like, you just know when it's time to like, yeah, I got to get it, even though it's a bad time.
That made it so much easier to have that gut feeling supporting you.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Wolverine. I would love a Jim Lee claws out Wolverine, but it's not necessary for me.
Right.
What this page presented was like, I'm going to be so happy to have this page and to have it as a representation of the Lee Williams run on X-Men and a character like Jubilee who I really enjoyed. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I can imagine. And by the way, out of curiosity, how did you pick it up? Was this an auction thing or a direct sale thing?
It was offered during Comic Art Live.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And the owner said that they were concentrating on sports cards.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, did you write? Is it? Did you by chance? Do you remember if you wrote that in your?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. That's why it sounds familiar. Okay, that's right. He was getting more into sports cards, and so it's like he's raising money for that. Wow, that's wild. Wanted to say hello. I don't know if this might be a friend of yours. I've never heard of Pat Scott. First time here. So welcome, first of all, Pat.
Hey, Pat.
And if you don't mind letting us know, is it indeed your first time watching one of my shows? If it is, how did you? If you don't mind letting me know, how did you find me? How did you find the show? Yeah, it would be nice to know. I'm just curious. But yeah, welcome. And let us know if you're a collector, if you're an art collector, or just a comic book fan. Oh yeah, put that one up before. Yeah, diverse characters in comics for years. Well, if you think about it, Nick, Giant Size Comics #1 was almost kind of like that first time when like, oh wow, that's what I loved when I read it as a kid. What I loved more than anything, I mean, the characters were cool, but I loved that they all came from different countries. One character from a different country, all from different backgrounds, you know. That was one of my favorite things. So yeah, the diversity. But still, even beyond that, over the years, the publishers didn't focus too much on diversity, I feel, you know. And the owner must have wanted Jake Moody's signature. Yeah, I got it bagged here. I'm protecting it right now, but I'm going to show you. It's right here. Refractor. There you go, buddy. Oh yeah. So first time here. I found you on YouTube Live searching under comics. Okay. Looking for comic Child. So you're a comic book guy, but not an original art guy. Oh, you do collect original comic art, mainly current modern art. Awesome. Well, happy to have you here, man. Thank you. Thanks for not only for coming in and checking it out, but especially for taking the time to leave a comment so that we can see that you're here. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you enjoy. Yeah, Roy Thomas created X-Men. Just ask him. Yeah. Let's not get into that whole thing. Let's keep it going, everybody. So after X-Men, we got the Jim Lee, Scott Williams X-Men, and then it takes us to this awesome.
And when I met Scott, you know, he was talking about how much he loves drawing ninjas.
Oh yeah,
and inking the gis and
really
the elements of the ninjas. Yeah, so
that's interesting. Even that makes it even better. I didn't know that content that he enjoyed sort of working on, right? The kind of things he likes to work on. That's really cool. So from one bit of greatness to another, emphasis on to another. Check it out. I decided to cheat
both
again.
of them.
I wanted to cheat again. Why not? Come on, the more the merrier. These guys are always begging me to show the art. Here you go. You got the art, right? Yeah, I figured, you want to just talk about it in general. That's cool. You don't have to like give us a speech on each individual page. Whatever you want to say.
What I really love them. I'd say artistically, graphically, I love the
left page.
The issue 8 page more.
Yes. Yeah, me too. Obviously, I think for
It's
obvious.
the way that there's alternating panels telling alternating stories, and the way it ends in terms of dialogue is extremely like well encapsulated and well rounded. The silent panels with Rorschach, you know, just inevitable, like Dark Side almost.
Yeah.
I love it so much. I really, really do. I almost sold this once.
Oh, really?
At Comic Art Live. I'd put some insane figure on it, and someone reached out, and they were like $3,000 under my insane figure, and I said no. And I'm so glad it didn't sell it.
Wow.
And so this was the first Watchmen page that I purchased, the issue 8 page.
Yeah.
You kind of feel like there was one collector that had a bunch of them because they were all framed and toned in the same way. Like, so the board is pretty badly toned where it was under the frame, because I think they did not use like an acid-free material. And then when the issue 11 page came up for auction, I think I really liked it. The exposition on it is so key to it's monologuing basically. And yeah. I had a couple of friends who supported me and saying that, yeah, so I went after that. And, so between the two of them, I feel very fortunate to have a great representation of this series in many ways. The issue 11 page, there's mini team shots with everyone in them. And there's Rorschach fighting Ozymandias.
Yeah.
Throughout, with backstory, Ozymandias is explaining his whole position on everything. So yeah, I'm like I said, first 3 hit on the hit list were Watchmen, Action 583, and Killing Joke, and these I'm really, really happy to have these.
Oh, I get it. You better be. If you're not happy to have this, I mean, there's something wrong. It's time to sell, I did want to know, out of curiosity, is the color, the paper color on the page 8, is that accurate?
Yes. Looking at the two of them, that's pretty accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 11 page is very pristine, very white.
Right.
The 8 page is quite toned. What's really amazing about the 8 page is that the 9th panel is stripped in.
Oh yeah,
but you cannot tell. It's so precise.
Oh, nicely, yeah.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Dave Gibbons, in an interview that I heard, talked about how he had his wife and child putting in the grids for the panels, on the boards.
I didn't know that. Wow. That's funny. But yeah, fantastic. I mean, not just one, but two. Both of them are fantastic in their own ways. I do just purely on aesthetics. I love the page 8. The issue 8 page.
It's very cinematic, right? You can see how it would be like a storyboard almost.
Yes. But like Marcus mentioned, the page from issue 11, from a story beat, I think it has this sort of I don't know.
You would call that a key page.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
but on the 8 page in that last panel, just how it ends with under the shadow, it really speaks volumes.
Yeah, no, it's truly wonderful. But again, to have them both, I was like, and believe me, this was one where for a little while I kept going back and forth. Which one do I show? And then I remembered, oh yeah, what am I doing? I sometimes cheat and I put both. Why? I'm just gonna put both. That makes it easier. There we go. Decision done. Yeah. So I was happy. I was like, okay, great, and I could show both of them. So yeah, that's really awesome. The tape used was acid free, but not the matte. Yeah, I wonder if it had something to do with that, or if it might have been just lying somewhere, kind of in the open. Who knows? Who knows? They both have their strengths. Absolutely, Antoine. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so that, yeah, fantastic. Some of the cream of your very amazing crop, for sure. And
did you ever own a Watchmen page, Ruben?
I never did. And back when they were, like, in my earlier days, when I could have afforded one, it was like, for me, that was kind of like what the same way that I treated Miller Daredevil. I used to love that too, right? And I'd be like, these Watchmen pages, like, I've seen enough. Like, they come up. I'll always have a chance to get one, right? And since they're expensive enough, I figured I would only want to get one, right? And so if I only get one, it's got to be a really meaningful one, or yeah, something with a great moment in a story. What an idiot, right? Of course, like, everybody would want that stuff, and they weren't that plentiful that I'd get that opportunity. And of course, as you know, what always happens is, forget years later, like months later, like the next time that the next available Watchmen page shows up, it's already way more than the last example that sold,
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically what happened. So I quickly just got priced out. Okay, there goes my chance. I'm never going to get a Watchmen page. Same thing with Miller Daredevil. I used to be like, these things are plentiful. They're like $1,000, $1,200. The best ones are $1,500. No problem, man. They're going to be around forever. I'll get some. I'll get one in the future. Look at that. Now they're like 30 grand, 40 grand. I never did end up getting one. So it's just yeah.
With the page 11, it was the reverse of the Jim Lee page, where it came up for auction when I did have the means, and I was comfortable bidding on it, so it worked out really well.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, good for you. Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes things work bad. The timing's bad for us. But we have many of those moments where,
like, if the timing had been bad, it would have been so easy to say, I already have one. I don't need to go after this.
Yeah, exactly. Would Mikail sell a piece if it's worth too much? You mean, kind of like I've said, where I sold off stuff as they got sort of into this, when they got to what I thought was too expensive, I get nervous, and so I just sell them so I don't have to feel nervous about owning these expensive pieces of paper. I think that's what you mean, Stanley. I don't know, answer however you think he means it. Just give a quick answer.
I don't think I would, because if that were the case,
you wouldn't have bought some of the expensive pieces you've bought, I guess, right?
Right. Or with Silver Surfer Black, I would just cash out, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So there you go, Stanley. The answer is no. Dog Butchered page. My favorite Jim Lee X-Men page is from issue 8. Okay, I think you hit refresh, because I think you might be behind, Matt. It makes sense from issue 8 when Jean catches Scott staring at Psylocke in the pool. That is a great moment. Love that too. All right, let's segue to the next piece. Only a couple pieces left, everyone. And yeah, so love this one. This one, I will say, not artistically one of the all-time best things. Not that it's bad. It's just, it's not like, this is more about the importance of the story for story people like Mikail. It's all about story, and I do love the artists, but yeah, this is about the story and the meaningful.
I'm intrigued now.
The meaningful. Well, at the time, it's not. If this came out today, nobody would give a shit. At the time, it was a really big deal. Check it out. Right? I mean, I didn't lie. I mean, this was such a huge deal when we were kids, and oh my god, the alcoholism and oh my god, I can't believe a superhero is alcoholic. Oh my gosh, it really was such a big deal, you know. And great storyline too. So, and yeah, one of my favorite artistic teams. Yeah, Romita Jr. with Leighton, but yeah, go ahead and talk to us a bit about this one.
So, as all good things are, this is Dino's sloppy seconds.
Yeah.
And I love Demon in a Bottle again, just as a story-driven collector. And to be perfectly frank, not the biggest John Romita Jr. fan, like, but and when I got this page and when I looked at it, when I wrote the description, you know, it seemed to me that John Romita Jr. did the layouts and Bob Layton did most of the heavy lifting. But what it represents, what the you know, in this particular piece, the dialogue is so important to the overall impression, and you know that he's drunk, slurring slovenly, that they're showing the booze, that he's talking about it. It really hit all the points. Would I like to have a page of a drunken Iron Man crashing out of a window and dropping a train? Yes, but this is nice, and I look at this a lot, and I really enjoy it. And this is a page that when I have it in a portfolio and I take it somewhere, people love it. Like they really, it resonates with people, and it garners a lot of appreciation.
Oh, for sure. I that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, as I say, I mean, even when I first got in 1982 into reading comics, I mean, this is one of the first storylines that I sort of just hopped upon. For me, it was the back issues, but the store owner, told me about some great stories, and this was one of them. And wow, it was just such a big deal, and it resonated with me. And I mean, a decade later in the 90s, I remember people would talk about, we would have conversations with friends and, what are your favorites, superhero stories? And this would always be one of the constant ones that would be brought up, and think about it, that now it's another 30 some odd years have passed since then. It still is one of the storylines of mainstream superhero comics that everybody always remembers and goes back to. So it's just so iconic. And the moment that you have, Mikail, this particular moment is also very, for those of us who read this way back when for the first time, it's such a memorable page. And it doesn't matter that Iron Man is not there. In fact, I think it's better. And let me say this too. I have said this in the past, that I've been on record as saying that if people would look at art more in terms of important story elements and the level of importance that some of them have over others, I firmly have always believed that for storylines such as this, I believe that a page like this, people should be who want these pages, you should be willing to pay more for that than another page from the same issue that may be, let's say, 5 panels and Iron Man's flying around in 3 of them.
But doesn't reference the storyline.
Of course. Right, exactly. Because you could get a Romita Jr. Leighton Iron Man page with 5 panels, with him flying around in 3 panels from a bunch of different issues, right? But the reason you should want that, it's because of the whole alcoholism storyline.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what makes it so, that's the importance of it. Iron Man in costume flying around doesn't make it important. He's been doing that for hundreds of issues, but yeah, I always thought, like, I don't think I've seen it happen, but people should look at it that way. And if you like it bad, like, I would say people who have them, I wouldn't let my page, if I had pages from that storyline, I would, and I was looking to sell them, like on my website, for example, I absolutely would price these pages higher than the ones that just have Iron Man flying around. I would, and I don't care if people like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. It has no Iron Man. It's only Tony Stark. I would just teach them. I try to teach them, like why.
I feel like like Dino has excellent taste. He understands the value of this page. He priced it accordingly. I paid that value accordingly, and it has that value to me. That because yes, it depicts this particular moment, and I think actually in the write-up I may have even done the math that there may only be 15 to 17 pages that actually deal with the alcoholism issue.
You must have mentioned it because that sounds very familiar about something that I read recently. So it had to have been from your description, your write-up, I would think,
So yeah, and I've spoken to multiple collectors who feel the same way. That Demon in a Bottle is a must-have. It shaped me. It was so impactful, and there are Iron Man collectors who have so much of this stuff, whether it's the main storyline or the peripheral stuff, just locked away forever. They have no interest in giving it up.
Yeah,
and that's something I've been discovering. Iron Man's a big favorite of mine, and there's a lot of pages that I've gone after at auction that really go high comparative to what they are.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I believe what I believe. It doesn't mean that I'd be right. There are many things that I thought for well over 20 years, no example that I can give you off the top of my head, but like where I'm like, oh man, people really undervalue, like people don't ascribe any importance to this. Like they should pay up for that way more than that. And yet, all these years later, they still don't, so yeah, for something like this, I just think it should be obvious, for crying out loud. I really think it should be obvious. Because again, if you're looking for Bermuda Jr., latent Iron Man, you can get them from any storyline in their entire run. It's not important. The storyline is all about Tony. It's not about Iron Man. So I think, I believe what I believe, and I'm sticking to it. You'll drink to that. Nice. Can we start a new term and call these plot point pages? You can. I don't know if it'll catch on. We'll see if it catches on, Pat. I understand what you're saying, Ruben, but everyone has their own criteria. I get it. That's what I'm saying. I know. But hey, listen, for people who want to buy them, if they can still buy them for cheaper than the pages that have Iron Man instead of Tony, I think you're getting a bargain. So, Tony Stark, I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy. Nice. And nice seeing Ruben Collector getting. Oh yeah, thank you everybody. Thank you, appreciate that. I love Iron Man. The reason why I own so much screen used props and wardrobe from his movies. Cool. And artists know what collectors want and compromise narrative coherence for the money shot because they can't resell good storytelling. Very true, Antoine. But I'm not going to go there. And so, but I definitely stand by what I say. What's funny is I haven't noticed that you guys agree or disagree. So that's, well, one of you agreed, but I'm curious as to what you guys think. I'm really curious, actually. Why don't some of you guys tell me if you agree or disagree. Just write, post a comment saying agree or disagree in that, whether you think those alcoholism related pages with Tony should be worth more than the ones that don't have Tony and only have just, let's say, Iron Man flying around. Let me know. I'm curious. I feel like I don't think I should be in the minority there. Maybe I am, but I don't know. Let me see. Rickster. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Agree or disagree? Done. Good job. Great job, Marcus. Great job. Ruben, you're going to break last week's time. No. We're almost done, actually. In fact, we got a couple of pieces left, 2 pieces left, and that's it. And we're out of here. And I apologize, Mikail. I don't know how it got this far. I really didn't expect it would get honestly, this far. But we're almost done. So thanks, everybody, for hanging in, by the way.
I'm fine. I'm just relaxed.
Okay, good. I'm happy. You can know the history of the hobby and discern the best story elements, but then some joker calls it a terribly drawn Wolverine cover with a Hulk, a classic. Well, yeah, it is classic in its own way for what it represents. That's why. That's different, you know? JC, it's subjective. Well, yeah, for sure. Some may want Iron Man in costume for the art of it. No, I get that. And that's why they are willing to pay even more for that. Yeah, no, I get that. JC. I get that. It just, yeah, it's weird to me, but yeah, like I said, because you could get the Iron Man in costume from any other storyline. It doesn't have to be from that one, you know? The twins homage is awful. Possibly, well, that's a criteria thing again. It's a representative of good craftsmanship, or does the symbolism of first appearance matter more? Okay, well, let's not get into that. All right, peoples. Second to last piece from tonight's show and tell. It is of some beauty and some importance. Check it out. Batman, The Killing Joke, page 15 by the inimitable Brian Bolland, 1988. Basically the sort of origin page of the Red Hood, later to become Joker. Awesome. I don't know what else to say other than awesome. So good. So good, man. And I know this is very meaningful to you, Mikail. So, yeah. I don't know. I'll let you speak if you can gather the words.
I mean, honestly, this is the page. This is one of the pages that I went to the mat for.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You saw it coming. It was the catalog cover. I made appropriate preparations. I had. There had been other Killing Joke pages that had come up. Not many, but a couple. But none of them really fit what I was looking for.
Right.
And this, as a story-driven page, very much like the Watchmen 11 page, there's exposition here of the Joker telling you why he's doing this. Why is he moving from a normal person, quote unquote normal person, to why is he even undertaking this job, taking this risk? And it's so human, it's so understandable. It also came somewhat close on the heels of the Sandman 8 page. And they both have comedy, like failed comedians as a odd common thread.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, you've got Bolland's impeccable workmanship. It's an oversized page, and so there's more room to work, but each panel is just crammed full of detail and work. And I recently, they were kind enough to give me a credit in the Bolland graffiti book that just came out.
Oh,
and
nice.
Richard Starking, the letterer, did an intro to that, and he talks about how when he came on board, the first 20 pages or so were already done. And this falls into that category where he lettered on top of a particular kind of paper. I forget what he called it, that he adhered onto the board. And after the first 20 pages, then he letters directly onto the board. So that was an interesting little tidbit.
Okay.
And then I also heard from people knowledgeable about this that Brian kept this page for a very long time. It was amongst the last that he sold because he really liked it. And that has a nice provenance and
for sure
weight to it as well. But for me, it really hits what I'm looking for in a page from a book like this, where it has an explanation, it has the artwork. I could certainly go for another page, something with Batman on it, something from the fairground with all that imagery. But this more than scratches the itch, and I'm so thrilled to have it.
Oh, I can imagine. Remind me, when you posted this, was that around the time that you acquired it, or had you owned it for a bit before you posted it?
So I always try to post a special piece on my birthday, and I think that's what I did with this. My birthday also coincides with SDCC.
Okay.
So I think I had it for a couple of months, maybe.
Oh, okay.
It may have been in a April or May heritage. I don't fully remember. But I posted it in July, so not too long.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Antoine, I know what you mean. This is one of those times where, look, I'm no different than most people who are into superheroes. Obviously, most of the time, I prefer to have my favorite heroes and nice images on the page, But when it comes to an important story, I agree. This is one of those moments where it's just that it's such a key moment in the story early on in the Joker's, becoming the Joker, that it's, I don't know, it's just, and it's a beautiful character page as well. God. Yeah, I feel
there's so much detail that doesn't even need to be on the page.
Yeah, of course.
The way he moves the camera around and shows you who, like the kind of bar that they're in and the kind of people that are there with them, and there's supporting actors' life stories being told in their posture that doesn't even affect any part of the story that we're being told, but is there anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, I would really, really love to hear Bolin talk about his process on these pages. And what I know Alan Moore, I've seen some scripts that he's done there. They're insane, the amount of detail that he churns out and gives to you. But I would really love to see what went into this page, and between the artist and the writer.
Yeah, are you saying you've never seen an example of what he used to hand over to the artists?
No, I have. I've seen scripts.
Okay.
There's a super detailed,
Yeah.
8 single space typewritten pages per page,
Yeah. Because I remember the first time I saw, right? Somebody showed me a photo, and it was like a photo of what was it, like 1 or 2.5 pages, and I'm there, wow, that's a lot. And then he goes, look at the bottom. Did you see the bottom? I'm like, what? And then in small print at the bottom, he had penciled in end of panel 1. What? Almost 3 pages of talking just to describe what he wanted in the first panel. Like, what? Like, oh my God. Yeah.
There's like a mini no play going on behind this table. It's absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's amazing. Winning for sure, West. Bolin can make an over-the-shoulder shot play like a mini splash. Yannick Paquette told me that sometimes he would open up a bottle of wine to start reading an Alan Moore script. And the first 5 pages talk about why the door handle is important when it's open. Exactly. Those are the kinds of stories you hear about how he was with his, plots and scripts. Yeah. It's insanity. But yeah, fantastic piece, man. So congratulations to you for getting
Thank you. Yeah. And when I was rereading the artist edition, I realized that this page comes quite literally right after the two-page sequence in which Barbara Gordon is shot.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, this is the next page.
I did not realize it's been so long since I looked at it.
I don't think I realized that either. But you imagine the juxtaposition of those two events happening, that you show the Joker being so cruel, so vicious, and then immediately you turn the page and they show him being so vulnerable and explaining that he wants to be a comedian and he's just doing this to make ends meet. Like, it's really wild.
It is. It's and it's even more special now that you say where it was placed in the story, where its place, where its placement, story placement is. That's like an extra bonus. That's really cool. Wow. Yeah. So amazing. Yes. Antoine is thanking me, but the message, I guess, is geared to you. It's a compliment to you. Thank you for
thank you, Antoine, for watching and indulging our self-important
discourse. Exactly. And yeah, you're very welcome, Antoine. Mikail, it's still only 10 p.m. San Diego. Too bad he doesn't live there anymore, Kazra. ML, are there any pieces in your not in your CAF gallery? JC?
Yeah. No. About a quarter of my collection is not on my CAF.
There you go. There's a quick and dirty answer, man. About a quarter. That's a lot. So that means there's many more good things to come. So if you haven't done so, follow Mikail's gallery. If you've got a premium account on CAF, or I don't know, did it change so that even the non-premiums can follow galleries? I don't remember. I thought that was going to happen a lot.
I think on the app, non-premiums will be able to follow some galleries.
Oh, okay. No records happening. One more piece, everybody, and then we're out of here. Also more pivotal since the stand-up comedian origin is now canon. Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, really awesome. Fantastic. So you guys are going to be... No, Stanley, you're the one who wants to go all night. For what I think Rickster was the first one who labeled the last piece of all my show and tells as the showstopper. As you guys know, the showstopper isn't always the coolest or best drawn piece I could find. Sometimes far from it, and sometimes it's just something that I think has meaning, whatever. This is an amazing piece, and I know West especially is going to love it. He'll see in a second why. I thought it was amazing, kind of a fun idea to put this one as the last piece, Mikail, because of the fact that not only are you say you're all the time, you're story-driven, you're a story-driven collector, but I just set us all up with quite a few, I you may have noticed, packed in a lot of the Alan Moore stuff kind of together. And, he since the 1980s, he sort of became, the writer in comics. So I thought, although it would have been easy to end the show with any one of his pieces, right, that he had written, I figured we'll show those first. But we'll end it with a piece from the guy who at one point, many more decades ago, used to be the preeminent writer of comics. Although in comparison to when you compare the both men's writing abilities, there's no comparison, but you'll see in a second what I'm getting at. So here it is, everybody. The last piece in tonight's show and tell. Check it out and enjoy. Stan the Man Lee himself, who wrote some of the most wonderful Marvel comics of all time, especially those first, however many. I mean, the whole 38 issue Ditko run. To me, especially anybody who read these as kids, I think just absolutely adored them. It was just this long-running soap opera. I mean, I loved not only all the introduction of all those amazing villains, but I loved all the soap opera-esque happenings in his personal life at least as much, if not more, than all the fighting with all those cool kick-ass villains, So yeah, so it's a special place in my heart, and yeah, I just thought it was a really awesome, an awesome piece, and yeah, figured I'd stick this one in last. But yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about this one, Mikail?
Well, first off, shout out to Matt for my favorite Monty Python line, probably of all time.
Where is it? Where is it? Let me look for it. And now for something completely different.
But this is a page that came to be from some idle thinking. I had it's actually a very nice full circle moment, because when we were speaking beforehand, I mentioned it'd been at least 4 years since anyone had interviewed me in any manner about my collecting. And it was after my interview on CAF. At that time, Bill was doing it with Will and Berkey and
yes, the
Glenn.
The Glenn, the original.
Right after that, I reached out, to Mike, and I was like, Mike, I'm looking for a Ditko page, and I don't care. I said to him, I don't care about Spider-Man fighting villains. It'd be great to have Spidey on the page and Peter on the page. And he said, I think I have just the thing for you. He sent me this page. And good night, Lee. Thank you. And he was right. It was perfect. It perfectly hit what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Particularly, you need that last panel in there. You've got Spidey in the first panel for sure, but you've got this classic that J. Jonah Jameson antagonism. Peter just not being able to get his life together or going in any meaningful manner. Like, Betty's so into him, and he can't even see it or actualize it in any way. And then you have that last panel. That was Spider-Man the entire time that I read him. Just a kid trying to balance shit out, and there was always this elephant in the room.
Yeah.
And as soon as he said it to me, as soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, this is amazing. And I made it happen.
Yeah. Clearly.
This is one of those pages where it's wild when it shows up in the mail. They're like, somebody, when Heritage sends you a page of this caliber, it comes in one of those air boxes or the vault boxes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But when Berkey sends it to you, it's just Berkey sending art.
Yeah.
And it's really pristine. The whiteness of this page is comparable to the Watchmen 11 page. There's no toning. It really is quite astonishing when you think about the age of it. And like Marcus says, it's the end page for issue 30. Out by Betty, issue 31. Hello, Gwen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
You know, and I think when I put it like that, Berkey was like, "Hell, hey, that is a really nice page for what it's saying and doing."
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, amazing. Like some people pointed out, the ghostly image of him keeping them separated like that. And it's like I was mentioning earlier, this story does have Spidey in costume, but for me, it's what I was talking about earlier about how it's one of those pages where it's the emotion in the personal feelings of the non-superheroic characters, right? The whole thing about Betty pining for him quietly, wanting him, and he just never seems to give her the time of day, and then she gets hurt, and it's just, you feel for her, it's painful. And that's not like the worst. What you see there is not the worst that it would get, because like Marcus points out, right? Then all of a sudden, Gwen starts coming into the picture, whatever, and that whole sort of drama-ish triangle. I don't know. Yeah, I love that stuff. That's what that's the thing. It's just I love the personal stuff even more than the superheroic, super villainish stuff.
There's earlier pages of there's pages if you offered me a page of Spider-Man fighting the what was the name of that trio with the Ox and the
the Fancy Dan and
the Fancy Dan, yeah. Even though you might have a great action sequence, it's an easy no choice for me. I would much rather have this page that shows the relationships and J. Jonah Jameson being Jonah, Peter being Peter, the pathos of that last panel. It's no contest for me. Like this is the kind of page that I would like to have. And
thanks for hanging out, Cobby. Yeah, it's a great choice for sure. The Enforcers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, Big Man and the Enforcers. Yeah. Dan says a great show tonight, featured a great collection, but an even greater person. Yes, sir. Good night, Greg. Good night to you, Dan. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you for the kind words.
Yes. So amazing stuff, man. And like I said, it's when you have a really great collection. That's not a really good way to put it, because everybody that I've done a show and tell with,
everybody has a great collection, right?
Something right, and I can always find stuff that I really like about everybody's collection, right? So that's not a good way to put it. I guess the word I should use is more like varied. You love your superheroes, but you also love superheroes. You love stuff from the Silver Age. You love stuff very much from the modern contemporary era, and everything in between. You like your indie books. That's what I'm trying to say. With a collection like yours,
I love the medium.
Yes, well, that's it. Clearly you're a fan of the medium. That's my whole point, and you're the kind of collector that, for me, it takes me longer to prepare the show, because I spend so many hours in the collection looking, trying to choose, whittling down to only 20. It's kind of like I've got way more than 20 when I'm first picking, right? I'm picking out like multiples of that, and then I try to whittle down from there. It's really, really, really difficult. And again, especially because just for my own personal preferences, it's very difficult. But it's even harder because I know I've got other people to think of. I've got the live audience, the rewind audience, the collector themselves. You
could have legitimately shown one of the Perkins pages from the Swamp Thing issue. You could have. You could have shown the cover, and nobody would have said, "Oh, he's doing it because he reps."
Yeah, but you know what I always say. It just seems too obvious. For the same reason that I usually, not always, there's been a few exceptions, but usually I avoid Gromit or or Perkins art, you know. But you're right. Believe me, like I was like, oh, I should get one of these Swamp Thing, you know. I was and then I'm like, I don't want anybody saying.
No, there could have been an all red surfer page. You know, there could
You're
have
right.
been.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, trust me. There's so much more that I had to cut out, and I didn't want to cut out. Right? I was like, oh God, I should show this. Yeah, but then every time I say that, I'm like, well, it'll be a 60-piece episode. It's not.
And I don't think we had a single commission in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I have I have 100 commissions.
True.
Plus probably in my collection.
True. But when I realized that I had picked 2 or 3 illustrations, I figured, okay, like people kind of group illustrations and commissions kind of together, you know, because they're still unpublished, right?
Oh no,
so
sorry, you did pick a commission with the Blade Runner piece.
Oh, true. There we go. Okay, yes, that's right. Because I did want to take. I do remember one thing thinking like, okay, I should pick at least one commission because I know you're into commissions, you know. So yeah, good. I'm glad I did pick that one. That was a Dan. Good. No, okay, yeah, we already said good night to Dan. Cool show. Thank you, Goo. Wow, you're still here with us, Brian. Wow, in Jersey. I didn't even know. Great show. Thank you for Mikail for stopping by and sharing your art. Yeah, absolutely. Comic art.
Yeah, and thank you everyone in the audience for hanging out and indulging us. I really appreciate it. It's fun. It's fun and refreshing for me to revisit the collection in this way.
Yeah, I'm glad
to reappreciate the pieces that I have.
Yeah, that's it. Does sort of make you want to, make you sort of regain an appreciation for the stuff you have, because we don't look at our stuff every single day. At least not every single piece every single day, right? I avoid picking Larry Wells for some reason. Not many collectors that I've done shows with have had a Larry Wells. Star Wars was enough. Another great and fun show. Thank you, Nick. Hey, Nicky B. Thanks for hanging out. You were here for a long time. Were you here for the whole thing? Or did you take off? You took off for dinner and came back? I don't know, but thank you. You were here for a long time. I appreciate it, man. Great collection, Mikail. Stoked to see you again at OAX, buddy.
I'm excited. It's going to be fun.
And Brian worked a full shift and came back to watch the end. He probably did. There was enough time. Any pieces that Mikail still wants to acquire? Well, of course, he's a collector.
Barry Windsor Smith.
A Barry Smith piece? Yeah. From what? Any particular project?
Machine Man or Weapon X.
Oh, okay. Have a good one, Jeff. Thank you for hanging out. You too, JC. Appreciate it, man. And yes, he did take off for dinner. That's what I thought. What's OAX?
OAX is sick, Marcus. Sick.
It's not OAX. It's apparently it's not OAX without you, Marcus. I don't know. Then people have been attending. Last year. They attended some mythical show that didn't really happen since you weren't there. Apparently. Cheers to you, Antoine. Thank you for hanging out all night. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good night, Antoine.
And there's a Machine Man page on CAF for $38.50 from Federico. He must have seen it. You probably have a saved search. Yeah.
I know. I haven't seen it actually. I'll have to take a look.
Okay. Well, you should take a look. For those of you still here, we're going to be cutting out, but I just want to remind you all that tune in. Please come back next week at the usual time, 8:00 p.m. Eastern, 5:00 Pacific, for the unboxing episode 11. Check this one out. Original comic art unboxing number 11 with Cesar Alvarez, as I mentioned at the top of the show. It's gonna be a lot of fun. He being Caesar, is willing to grace us with his presence once again, and open up 23 different pieces of art that he's been saving. Not just for the show. He tends to have a habit of just not opening his stuff often, and or not right away. And he accumulated literally 23 of them. And
I can't even imagine. He's gonna have a pile,
I know,
besides him, 6 feet tall of just packing material.
I know. It's insane. It's insane. Second live show, fantastic. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. Can we throw guesses before he unboxes? I mean, you can always guess and just say, I bet you it's going to be DC, and you'll always be right. Oh, yes, that'll be a sick show next week. Yes, it's going to be fun. Yeah, we all get to live vicariously through him. And with that many packages, I'm assuming he's probably not even going to remember what's inside a lot of them. So it'll hopefully be new to him as well.
It'll be like a nice surprise, right?
Yeah, exactly. I would think so, because some of them literally he's been holding on for like a year, 9 months, 13 months. Like, so it's like I would think he'd probably forget. So
that's willpower.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's gonna be fun, everybody. So thank you again. And Mikail, hey, you're the one I give the most thanks to. Really,
thank you for doing the work and
yeah, absolutely
spending all that time going through the pieces and making the picks. Sure.
My pleasure. Hope the rest of you liked it. To those of you on Rewind, thank you for watching as always, and I hope you guys enjoyed this too. Yeah, and that's it. I guess, like I said, meet us back here next week. Sorry to those of you who wanted another record. It ain't going to be set tonight, but hey, you have the honor of having been here for the, second longest one? Maybe?
I can't compete. Like, Nick told such great stories, gave such great background and, context to his life lived in comics. I really loved listening to that and really appreciated the insight. So thank you, Nick.
Yes, thank you. That was an awesome one last week for sure, Nick. And yeah, Rickster, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Always, of course. ML is the new comic art Boston. Nick's not done. Oh, he said that Nick said that he emailed you the CAF link for
yes, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
And we're just being honest, Nick. Just being honest. Had a great time. Pat, thank you again, and once more, welcome. And I know this is very long. I will tell you right now, all my shows go long, usually being 3 to 4 hours. So tonight and last week were definitely very exceptional. But if you want to come by any other time, same time, every Sunday night, would love to have you here, man. Really appreciate you, like I said, showing up tonight and commenting. So, yeah, please do it again. Do it again if you can in the future. And if you can't, check them out on Rewind whenever you can. So thank you. And, last word to Cosra. Mikail, give us a tour of your new place.
Nice. In 1 year. In 1 year, we'll reconvene and I'll give you a tour.
Excellent. 5 to 6 hours is the new 3 to 4 hours. Like 40 is the new 30. Exactly, Kavi. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out so long. Wow. Don't worry, Kavi. For you, since I know that your leg is healed enough that you could hang out for this long tonight.
Kavi's gonna go 7 hours for sure.
That's it. That's how we know. In 2 weeks, when your episode comes up, you're gonna beat Nick's record. All right, I'm gonna force you to do it. Put in your blade 4K. Let's do a watch along. Nice. All right, guys. Thanks again. I'm going to leave you, as I always do. I'm going to close it out with the thumbnail for next week. So here we go. Thanks again, Marcus. Thank you again, my friend. Appreciate all of you. And don't forget to catch Nikki B on Friday, and then I'll be back here again next Saturday for the magical 23-piece unboxing. All right, that's it. And only if you pay for the ER bill. Oh, that's true. You got to pay for that where you live. Right. All right. Good night, Nick. Good night. Thanks. Appreciate it, Marcus. Thank you. Hey, Jeff, I'll jump on for an hour in the middle so you can catch quick math. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one, everyone. And go blue. Thank you again, Mikail.
Thank you, Ruben. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.